Hello. Oops. Hello, friends. Right now I have the gain boost on too high on the microphone. Let me turn it down a smidge. Hello? Okay. It's still freaking ultra hot, but I'm not going to be nearly that close normally. So really, I'm going to be this close, and that's why that's the correct audio levels. Hooray! Hooray!
Hooray!
Don't peek. Hooray! That's the correct audio levels. Ooh, so close.
Yeah.
But I did not peek. Hi, friends. It is I. It is she. We are we. Therefore, it is we. Host Eric and Rachel, together at last for the first time forever, hosting Talking with Famous People, once again, from a hotel room. You might think, God, these people love hotels. You wouldn't be wrong. I love hotels. But that's not why we're staying in a hotel room. You especially might think, God, these people love hotel rooms, when you heard we're in a hotel that's only 10 minutes from our house. You'd be fair to think these people must really like hotels. It would be a perfectly reasonable conclusion to draw from that. However, truth is much more horrifying. Much, much more horrifying. Our house is full of Mexicans. It's true. How are we supposed to live there? Not only that, it's not like these Mexicans just sitting there. Yeah, you just like walk around them, I guess. They're moving large objects into our house. Into every single room. How could we possibly live in a place where Mexicans are moving large objects in every room while we're trying to live there? Nobody would be able to live in such a place. I just want to point out something. It's not my fault that literally all 6 of the people there, and there was like 6 people there, were Mexicans. They just all were. So when I say our house is full of Mexicans, the problem has nothing to do with the fact that they're Mexican. It has to do with the fact that they're in our house moving large objects. Their being Mexican, to be perfectly frank, is entirely irrelevant to the story. It just makes it funnier. I'm going to be honest. It adds no relevant information to the story. Well, I guess it does have the following relevant information. You can probably assume they're doing a good job. Mexicans usually do a great job. Whatever they do. One of the two people that I've been satisfied with completely in all of this hiring people to do shit thing. Only two of them I've been satisfied completely with. One of them's the roofer. And the only reason I'm satisfied completely is because it's impossible for me to check his work. Right?
Well, we're getting rain.
Or even then, the problem is fixing it. The roof did do that, but only when we had like that whole week's worth of fucking rain. Remember? No regular rainstorm is gonna make the roof leak like that. So we won't be able to tell any difference anyway, unless he made the problem worse. In which case, well, then we'll know that. But short of making the problem worse, he could have done nothing except just super glue some new the same fucking broken whatever's onto the thing, charge you $1,250. I'm not gonna climb up there and verify. As long as I can't see from below that fucking broken shingle thing is still broken, I'm good to go. You know, especially he knows I'm selling the house, right? So he's like, well, I'm not even fucking this guy. I'm fucking some future person, as far as theoretically he might be thinking, right?
Yeah. It seemed like he wanted to do the right job. Like, I remember him, we were, like, inside the house, and he was up on the roof, and he had come into the bathroom, and he said something like, yeah, I'm up there now because, I want to get to the root of the problem. And I was like, that's fine. Continue doing.
You know what's funny? There's an episode of Father Knows Best that's exactly about this issue. About whether it's cool or not to do a half-assed job when you're selling a house, knowing that it's specifically a painting. Don't use the expensive 30-year, this is back when they had leaded paint, you know. He's saying, don't use the expensive leaded paint, use the shitty paint, because we're selling this house. And if the painter said okay, he failed Father's test. If he was a man of character, he'd refuse to do that. Isn't that weird?
I think people don't like to come back to a job that they thought was finished.
Oh. No shit. They definitely don't like that at all. But you know what, really, you know what we have, this is why probably the handyman didn't fix the fucking kitchen thing. He probably went to Home Depot and discovered the same thing we discovered. That they don't come in that size.
I actually remember something that he said the first day that we met him. He looked at the lights and he was like, we don't have to worry about like the big one because like it can't be perfect. So like
What he meant was you have to order those online because they don't come in that size.
And that's
Oh, for fuck's sake. And so when he says he's going to do all the light bulbs and stuff, he didn't even bother going to Home Depot and discovering that he couldn't change that one. And he just was like, Oops, did I forget to say, except for the hard ones? What a fucking prick. He loved to chat, except about things that mattered, right? He didn't want to talk about the job at all. Oh, that guy. Are we even online? I see 0 chatters. Normally someone would at least say hello.
Hello at this point, yeah.
Where's if I had my mouse and keyboard right next to me, I would do something about this. Fine. I'll stand up and look for my mouse and keyboard. Oh.
It says that you're live.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see what it says here. It says, oh, what is that? Yeah, you're streaming flying out.
Yeah.
Absolutely nobody wants to watch it.
There's 3 people.
Oh my god. 3 people are watching. 2 people now. And one of them is you.
Okay.
And the other one's probably me. I understand why there are no people chatting. It's because there are no people here. How sad. This is like the old days. In the old days, before you were even around, I got to enjoy live streaming to nobody. There'd be no chat. It'd just be Eric pontificating about things to nothing. Best advice for an INFJ. You've already got everybody else convinced you're cool. You should at least have the good sense to believe it.
Yeah. That is good advice for an INFJ.
You've done such a good job of convincing everybody else that you're cool. Means you have plenty of ammunition to use in the argument, am I cool? You use it all the time. So if that's not enough to convince you to yourself that you're cool, well, I'm sorry, you're just being unreasonably difficult to convince. That's just not fair. You have to, if you want to be fair, you have to be reasonably convincible about things. You can't say impossible to set standards to convince you to convince, right? You can't be like, I can be convinced by impossibly high standards of evidence. The evidence you're using convinces everybody else you're cool. So you have to accept, by the rules of fairness, that evidence can be used against you too. Okay? Which means, I don't care how hard you want to fight it, you're just going to have to accept that you are in fact cool. Because otherwise the rules of evidence are going to be all freaking out of whack. They have to have reciprocity, okay? If it's good enough for everybody else, then you have to accept that same evidence is good enough for you too, because you keep using it as ammunition, right? So you can't say it's not good enough evidence for me without being a douche. So now you have a choice. You have to either accept that you are cool, or you have to be a huge douche. It's up to you. You're only 2 choices. Rachel, you're in the same conundrum.
I think that's a great.
You're in the same conundrum.
Advice.
You have 2 choices. You're going to have to accept that you actually are cool, or you're going to have to choose to be a huge douche.
I'm not gonna be a choose. I mean, I accept that I'm cool.
Okay, good. That's such a better choice than choosing to be a huge douche. Right? That's a beautiful thing about the INFJ conundrum. INFJs are left with no choice. Okay, well, but meow or be a huge douche, I'm going to obviously choose meow. Any real INFJ is going to choose meow if the other option is be a huge douche. So then, it's easy conundrum to solve. You just have to accept that you are a bad cool. And you have to continue to believe it every time you say to yourself, but am I really cool? Yeah, it's a permanent status, I'm sorry. It's like a tattoo. You can't revoke it. You can't lose it. And nobody can take it from you without killing you. Okay, so just deal with it. You are cool. You're super cool. You're like the coolest person anybody knows.
Thanks.
I'm not even talking to you.
I know.
I'm talking to that person. Whoever that person is. I don't even know who you are. If in fact you are an INFJ, that is the truth. There's like one of you out of thousands of people that you encounter, and all thousands of them think you're super cool, except you. That's called the INFJ's special idiocy. Their special ability to convince everybody else that they're cool, and somehow, after doing all that, fail to convince themselves. Only an INFJ can pull that off. Am I right or am I right?
You're right.
When I'm right about shit, nobody likes it. You know why? I love to gloat about how right I am. It makes everybody hate what I'm saying. I can't help it. I don't know. It's just who I am, I guess. I'm a rightness gloater or something. It's a disease I have. You know what other disease I have? So thirsty. I'm gonna go down to the bar and pray to God. Almost. And pray to God that it's both open and has non-alcoholic beer. If not, I'm going to have to go to the car and get a couple of bottles of water that they brought. Because I am so thirsty, I will drink water. That's how thirsty I am.
I believe it.
And you don't know how little I like drinking water.
Very little.
Very little do I like drinking water. You know, I know already that the bar is not open until, I think they said 6 o'clock. It's not even close to 6 o'clock. I'm going to go straight to the car and get the water. Just fucking, Eric, you're stuck drinking water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, forever, nothing to drink but water.
Simran Singh, I'm dating an ESFJ. Any advice? I would definitely wait for Eric to come back to answer that for you. Thinking about it in socionics, you supervise the ESFJ. And if there's any advice from that I can give. Well, boundaries might be something that you need to, as an INFJ, establish with the ESFJ, because they're going to want to do everything with you, and you might not want to do that. You might want your own time to yourself, so you might find yourself saying no. And it's important that you go to things that you want to go, and because there's going to be conflicts of FI. So but we as INFJ in the 6th slot, it's unconscious and we don't value it. So it's very important that if you feel a want, say you don't want something, it's important to tell the ESFJ, no, I don't want to. Because you're going to want to, you're going to want to, you're going to want to, and then there's going to be a point where you're like, boom, I've done enough. I need some time to myself. And so saying no and creating those boundaries with an ESFJ is definitely important. So that's from my own experience. But Eric might have more advice for you. Who else is here? Not that Simran Singh. I'm enjoying your company. I'm glad you're here. Everyone who is here, I'm glad that they're here. We are in a hotel because we have the... Hey, Lemon Melon. What's going on? How are you? Hey, Rubinar. Okay, you're multitasking. I understand. It is well. We're here because the stagers are in our house right now. They're setting it up. So we can't be around while they're putting stuff together. Hi.
Hi, sorry.
It's alright.
I was just thinking it was good. Ad for water. Slogan to be. When the rest of your meal is too exciting.
What is it?
When the rest of your meal is too exciting.
When the rest of your meal is too exciting.
Try water as your beverage. Perhaps then get a little closer to It's just the right exciting amount. You've added something that could only be called history's single most boring beverage. It's not the worst beverage by any means. That would be diet whatever.
Oh, it's true.
There's a lot of beverages that are worse than water. But there aren't any beverages that are more boring than water. Right?
Yeah.
Wow. Now that's a boring drink. Well, I wanted to tell you about this drink, Rachel, and the experience of drinking it. You, unfortunately, would find the story. Guess what? Where do you think you find it?
Boring?
Boring is the correct answer, yes. You find the story just as boring as the drink itself, which is to say, utterly boring. Now, as drinks go, water does an excellent job of quenching my thirst, solving my dry mouth,
Yes.
assorted other things. I'm judging water, though, as an entertainer. And I'm one of those, like, really cutting gay New York theater casting directors. Like, get off of my stage. You're befouling my stage with your inadequacy. I'm one of those kind of people, you know. But about beverages, so even though water's perfectly fine, nothing wrong with it, it's making me sashay right up to it and be like, who the hell do you think you are? With your inadequacy, befouling the stage that is my mouth with your boringness.
So Lemon Melon had a white Midwest Christmas, but managed to dive through snow to visit everyone. Drive through snow.
Remember that thing I was trying to avoid?
What is that?
I was having to go like this.
Oh yeah.
I failed. We still have to do that. I can't read that. And you lean forward to read that. I have to put my glasses on and lean forward to read that. We can't move this any further this way because the cord's not long enough. A little bit farther. And if it's not plugged in, we have a problem because
Coco Blank. We are not father and daughter. We're
that's a common question, though.
yeah.
Rachel in fact got carded recently.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I'm 37 and Eric is 41.
No, I wish I was.
I mean 51.
51, but thank you. Thank you for taking 10 years off of my age.
You're welcome.
It was nice of you. It's better to you mistakenly call me 41 than 61.
Oh my god, no way.
Yes. We just look like father and daughter. a lot of people think that, or think that I'm one of those kind of pervy guys. She's actually 37.
Yeah, I'm 37.
And I am finally convinced. Okay, fine. I guess smoking meth is bad for your teeth. Well, even if I had known that for sure back then, I still would have smoked all that meth. I'm quite convinced of
Me too.
it. Please tell Eric to read my question. Okay.
Thanks, Coco Blank.
You know what you should have said, Simran Singh, is please tell Eric to answer my question. I'm dating an ESFJ. Any advice? Break up. How's that for some advice? If you're really an INFJ and you're dating an ESFJ, then my best advice to you is break up as quickly as possible so that it hurts less than if you break up later, then it hurts more. Because you will break up for sure. Because they're NI polar, and if you really are an INFJ, you're an NI dom. You went out with an ESFJ for a while. I mean, look, one thing that INFJs have in common with ENTPs is bad taste in who they date.
Yeah.
Okay, Rachel and I are a huge exception in that regard. We're such a huge exception that it took each of us a long time to actually believe that this wasn't like all of our other relationships and that the other person wasn't actually terrible. All of our life, what we have learned is that the other person in the relationship, either overtly or covertly, is terrible. Right? And for some reason, we're not only going out with them, but we're thinking of what can we do to make sure whatever else happens, we don't break up with them. And that's what we've learned about dating from our entire lives, right? You and me both.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned. We've learned two important lessons. That the other person's terrible, and that it's our job, no matter what, to not break up with them.
But I definitely broke the break up with them rule.
Well, you were smarter about that than you broke up with them faster than I did.
Yeah, because
But you never broke up with them as fast as you should have.
No. I shouldn't have even
Gone out with them in the first place.
Yeah.
Same with me. I should never have gone out with those people in the first place, let alone have my strange breakup plan, which was I will never break up with anybody. But if they wrong me, I will hammer them with my words until they break up with me.
Mm.
Because after all, why should I have to break up with them? I didn't do anything wrong. They should have to break up with me. Well, Kimberly proved the unstoppable force, me, is not as good as the immovable object, her. She was stronger than me. I was too weak to fucking hammer for her any longer. It was going to turn me into something I would never be, which is, it was going to turn me from word guy who's hammering with words into doing something. Like, I'm going to slash her fucking bitch's tires or something, you know? It's the moment I started thinking I might do something like that, that's when I said, you have to break up with this girl. Because she's going to force you to do stuff rather than just yell at her.
Yeah, when it comes to that, you have to break up.
And I'm not that guy. I will yell at you forever if you are wrong about something. If you have wronged me and refuse to say, I was wrong, I'm sorry, here's whatever my shitty reasons were, I don't care, it doesn't really matter, but these are my reasons and I was wrong and I acknowledge that, I'm sorry, I'm repentant, whatever, then you are like instantly forgiven. But if you refuse to say that shit to me, and you have wronged me, and you are in my vicinity, you will get yelled at until you do say that shit to me. And I don't care if it's a whole year, if it's 2 years, if it's 3 years, I will berate you day after day after day after day after day after day after day until you either accept accountability, run away from me, or I lose my voice from yelling at you so much. But not Kimberly. You know why? She would just do this. She would literally do that. I'm not saying figuratively she would do that, okay? She wasn't figuratively not listening to me and going, blah, 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 blah. She was literally putting her fingers in her ears and saying, blah, 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 just so to avoid hearing me. That's how much she did not want to hear what I had to tell her. And refused to hear a goddamn word of it for 2.5 years until she finally broke me. I said, fine, you horrible, horrible, horrible cunt. You finally broke me. I will break up with you. Fine. I break up with you. You win. That was the time I lost my rule that I was never going to break up with anybody. Because unless, if I was wrong, if I cheated on them or something, or whatever, then of course I'd break up with them. It would be a service, right? It wouldn't be like, here, I'm breaking up with you. It'd be like, of course we're not together anymore because I fucked up that badly. So, you already have my letter of resignation on your desk, You can't retain me as an employee after I fuck up that badly, Then, fine, I'd break up with somebody. But I would never do the shit that deserves to be broken up with, So if you're doing shit like that, then why should I have to break up with you? If you're the bad guy, you should have to break up with me. But no. Turns out villainy was stronger in that instance.
I think.
Well, she needed me to betray her, right?
Well, I think in general, it's important that people break up with people that are unhealthy for us.
I mean, I agree. That's from for you. When I'm saying about breaking up, it applies to me only, okay? You should break up with anybody who's not me in 1/2 of a microsecond and not even think twice about it, okay? These special rules of mine exist only because I know whoever I'm dealing with, if they wronged me they fucked with the wrong guy.
You're a good partner.
Because I am exceptionally good at using words to hurt if I want to, right?
Yes, I do not want.
And I never ever want to use that power on you at all.
Oh my God.
Right?
Oh my
I
God.
never ever want to use that power on you. Because you're such a hugely wonderful person. You never deserve it. Even when you say things that hurt me, they're true and right. So you don't deserve any punishment at all. Okay? On the other hand, like, my first wife cheated on me and then wanted me to be okay with the fact that she seemed to think it was not that big of a deal, right? I should be over it in a couple of weeks. That woman needed to be taught a serious lesson about the significance of her wrongdoing, not because I want her to not do it again to other people, not because she's going to learn anything about what a big crime that is and how bad it is cheating on people, but because she committed nature's #1 crime. She fucked with me. And she fucked with me as much as you could possibly fuck with me, right? And as a consequence, she needs a year's worth of my most creative and hurtful verbal abuse until finally she says, okay, I'm divorcing you. And she deserves every fucking word of it. Because you know what she did? She fucked with the wrong guy. That's what she did. Ain't nobody fucks with Eric. Okay? That's the law of the land. I don't care if you're the CVS. I don't care if you're my first wife. And I was like, my second wife, I were in a perfectly civil divorce. Everything was going fine. Until she mentioned getting a lawyer. At that moment, what did she do? She did the same thing my first wife did. She made the same mistake my first wife did. She fucked with the wrong guy. You don't fuck with Eric. I'm always being fair and right and just and generous. So don't fuck with me. That's all there is to it. Ain't nobody fucks with Eric. Unless they do it and then run away and I never see him again. Those are the only kind of people who can fuck with me. The only kind. Everybody else will get there just due, I promise you. The only reason Becky's not sobbing at my feet is because she lives in fucking Canada. Cunt. My old boss fucked with me. I destroyed her entire elementary school program in one tournament with one squad against all the squads that just like 2 months prior had been completely locking out all of the elementary school debates. And we'd win 1, 2, 3. We win all the places that count. We'd also get 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then those squads that I had trained, right? She fucked with Eric. Next tournament, she had some scrub coaching those kids now. I had been spending 2 months honing my kids to destroy her entire elementary school program, which I did in one tournament. My new team beat all of my old teams, all my best ones too. We got lucky. 3 best teams, that's who we got to go up against. whip their asses every fucking time. Won the whole tournament. She'd been telling the fucking parents I'd moved away, so I destroyed her entire elementary school program. All of it. In one tournament. So, fuck that cunt. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. The core message here is, not that you would ever dream of it, Rachel. You of course are exempt to all of these rules, but the number one thing, even you aren't exempt to, is don't fuck with Eric.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause I'm being nice and generous and kind all the time, right? So don't fuck with me. That's simple. You know?
Yeah.
I don't like being all angry and fucking getting you.
No,
Unless
you don't.
you have to super deserve it. And then I don't even feel bad watching you suffer because you super deserve it.
Yeah.
I want to watch you suffer. If that's just the kind of fucking guy I am. You know?
Yes.
Ain't no
It's true.
getting away from yourself sometimes. It's just who I am. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
I'm reading the chat from my phone because we can't see. Hey, Miss Fortune. Yeah, we're doing well. Thanks for asking. You took like a bunch of mushrooms. I think. I think he's just triggered. Oh yeah. It is better for him to let it out. Like, he got me a reading from Lou for Christmas, which was so generous. Like, and in it, it said it's better to, when you're feeling like negative emotions, to like release it rather than keep it in. So yeah. I'm struggling to like yeah, it's right. Right, because like you don't want to become a constant complainer. Like, no one likes that. There's like a middle ground, I believe. How is everyone's Christmas? I want to know how everyone's Christmas was. Yeah. Cause like it's not good to keep things bottled up. It's just not. The reading was like saying that like releasing this kind of, because it was saying like I have been stressed. And it was showing in the cards that I'm feeling stressed, and the advice was to let go. I actually don't have my cards. Do I? Let me check if I do have my cards. Thanks. Misfortune. Let me see. Where is the bag? Oh yeah. It's right next to me. Silly me. Yeah. Oh. I'm such a bag lady. Like, I stuff everything. Oh man. No, I don't have my cards. I don't know where my dog cards are. I'm fine. I'm tripping. I took mushrooms, and I tend to be quiet. Like, I'm definitely more the type who, like, like, mushrooms makes me, like, feel cozy.
One thing I want to just also add here is just don't forget. It also applies to Rachel and Delilah. Don't fuck with them either, okay? Now I want to say something to Rachel that I don't want this stream to hear.
Did I do something wrong?
Of course not, my beautiful darling. Who's always guilty wrongly? Is it ever you? No, it's always them. So I
I
don't know.
mean, no, but
Just wanted to add that addendum to don't fuck with
no,
her.
it's so much like.
Sorry if it bummed you out or anything. It wasn't
No,
about
it's
you.
not
but-
bumming me out because
Don't say anything about it because that's private. This is not ours to share with the world.
is it we're not we're.
Hold on, let me get a second. Okay, we're back. I just wanted to clear up something with Rachel, which she's already, of course, thousands of miles ahead of me on. Right, that is normal. It's like, hey Rachel, watch out for that alligator over there. She's like, I spotted that alligator hours ago. What was that thing you saw the other day that we didn't see? I didn't see.
Oh yeah.
What was it? I don't know, it was something like that we were looking for, kind of. I don't know. It was right there, and then I was just like looking everywhere, but right in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was, but that's a total Eric move. So, my hope in this live stream is to convey to everybody it's a bad idea to fuck with Eric, and that covers Rachel and Delilah too, okay? Don't fuck with either of them at all. It's exactly the same thing as fucking with Eric. And you will get it. I will get you. In some legal way, okay? I will get you, I will get you, I will get you. And when you suffer, I will laugh. I will enjoy it. So don't fuck with Eric, Rachel, or Delilah under any circumstances. You can fuck with everybody else. And I'll say, you're terrible, you bad person. But I probably won't do anything about it at all. If you do it right next to me, I'll say like, hey, why are you being such an asshole? But that's about it. Yeah. If you end up fucking with those people, you just think, God, what a horrible person. And they could be right next to me, you know. You fuck with them and fuck with them terribly, and I'll just be like, you horrible person. And, you know, walk to the car and forget all about it. But if you fuck with me, or Rachel, or Delilah, it's a whole nother story. One of the most hilarious things that happens occasionally is I'll be in really good mood, like, oh, I'm having fun, we're just like riding about that, y'all. And then somebody will think that, mistake me for some kind of mark. Because I'm so happy, trouble,
You're a naked baby.
we always to pretend to be Kirsten Dunst. That was fun. And somebody's like, oh, that guy's an easy mark. I'm like, I'm sorry. Did you mistake me for somebody to fuck with? I will shift gears like that. I don't care how many drugs I'm on, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
you remember how many drugs I was on when that stupid insurance doctor tried to fuck with me? I was laughing at him. He was so he did not know what to do with himself. That insurance doctor on the phone. I almost feel bad for him. But he will never forget that phone call where he was trying to convince me that the decisions he was making has something to do with not money, right? When all of the decisions you're making had only to do with money. Just say it to me. I don't give a fuck. I get it. My mom's gonna die soon. Let's make it as cheap as possible. I'm in full agreement with you. You know what I'm not in agreement with you about? You lying to me. I don't like that at all.
No.
Do not lie to Eric. Eric gets to decide whether what you're saying is okay or not or whatever. And it's easy to do when you're telling me the truth. When you're lying to me, then how the hell am I supposed to decide what's correct? You know? Because you're telling me lies. I can't. When you're telling me I can't get my Adderall for 2 weeks, well, I mean, you can't explain to me why not, except that there's a shortage. And then I discover you're lying to me because I can get it actually on Monday. Well, now you've got a big problem. Number one, you lied to me. Number two, I can prove it. And oh boy, you've got the biggest problem in the world now. Because every time you say anything other than, here's your drugs, Eric, I'm going to say, why would I possibly believe you? You liars. I already know you're liars. You have zero credibility, so don't tell me anything other than, here are your drugs, Eric, on time. I don't care. Everything else you're telling me is just a stupid excuse that is also, as far as I'm concerned, another lie.
That sounds like justice.
I don't care how true it is, you're saying, whatever you're saying. You could be saying, I can't give you your drugs right now because we literally don't have it in the store, and it could be true. As far as I'm concerned, you are lying in my face again. I have zero reason to believe it. You lost all of your credibility when you, number one, lied to me. Number two, made it so easy for me to prove it.
That was bad. That was...
In other words, what rule did they break?
They lied to you.
Well, it's a more general rule than that. They
Don't
fucked with Eric. I'm the easiest guy in the world, right? Aren't I? I'm nice. I pay everybody in advance. I tip them at Christmas. You know, the gardener guy is great. I love the gardener guy. One of the things the gardener guy doesn't do is lie to me. Isn't that interesting? How he manages to have entire conversations with me without lying to me at all. It's amazing. I love that. The gardener guy was great.
I appreciate that.
He cut down that whole bush, trimmed that other one down. His price was only $150. It was Christmas Eve, I think, he came to do it. So I gave him $200. I said, here you go. Here's your price, plus $150 for Christmas. Merry Christmas, you know.
Aww.
Oh, but really I thought, man, if anybody deserves all their money that they're getting, or all these people are paying,
Yeah.
it's this guy.
Yeah, he
This guy-
completed the task too. So like,
Who came out to our house on freaking Christmas Eve, chopped down this bush, trimmed down this other bush, chopped it all up so it fit into the 2 green trash cans, and did it all for only $150. Now that guy, I'm pleased with. But you know what? Who picked that guy? My dad,
yep.
not the realtors.
Nope.
And the only reason I'm pleased with the roofer, I bet, is because I cannot or refuse to climb up onto the roof and check his work. I'm not pleased with the painters. I am not pleased with the handyman, and I am not pleased with the cleaning ladies.
Well, it looks like next week there's gonna be rain like 3 days in a row.
It's my own fault for paying people before they finish doing the work. Like, it's assuming they're gonna, can I just pay you now so we can go about our business and then you're gonna finish the job, I'm assuming, right? And then, so now we gotta pay him, he's gonna leave. I mean, why bother even finishing the job? Fucking people. That's like, the cleaning ladies, they pulled this shit, okay? They cleaned the blinds all the way to the top for these blinds. Okay. And then, after we left to go to the hotel, they only cleaned as high as they could reach on the other blinds. And it's so obvious because the blinds right next to it are cleaned all the way to the top. Like, you shitty cleaning ladies. You know what the worst thing about those cleaning ladies? They really take some of the pop out of my fantastic quote I said to Boba Fett the other day. I told Boba Fett was quoting some idiot from ancient Greece. And like, philosophers do the most good work for the least reward. I said, I really think philosophers do the most good work have never met cleaning ladies. Which is a fantastic quote, just like bam, bam.
True.
But now, those cleaning ladies failed me. I'm feeling less good about the quote. That's the worst thing about this whole thing. I love my good quotes, and doing damage to one of my good quotes is really hurting me. It's like she really punching me right in the gut. I remember my good quotes for my whole life. I could retell a story. Remember that one time I said that really good thing? Remember, Rachel? And I say it again. I was like, yeah, that thing I said was so good. Wow, I feel less much like that about that quote about cleaning ladies. Thanks a lot, cleaning ladies, for not even just moving the stepping stool over like 1 foot so you could get the top of the thing. After I paid you $850. It seems, okay, it's fair, fine, you got 3 ladies there, you're gonna be there 3 hours, okay, fine, I get it, it's her job. But at least clean the top of the blinds. Don't be that freaking half-assed about it. It's that easy for even us, who aren't very good at seeing if you really cleaned very well, to see how shitty a job you did. We don't even care, and you're making us care by doing that shitty of a job. And worst of all, you're making me regret my great quote.
It hurts.
It's still a really great quote.
It is a great quote because it's true, like,
It is true in general. Yeah, it's a great quote in general. But I'm SI conscious, so it's like,
no, we just said bad
all I know
experience.
is that I just recently invited some cleaning ladies.
I'm so, like,
And like, I wish I had hired all these people instead of just let the fucking realtor do it. Because even though it would be more work for me, if I had hired them, they'd do a better job. It's like, for some reason, I'm good at hiring people. It's not a job I particularly like to do, but I am good at hiring
yeah, you
people.
are.
I'm good at picking the right people to do whatever needs to be done. Although, with realtors, we just got a crapshoot, basically. I'm happy with our realtors here, overall. I'm perfectly happy with them. But the way we chose them is We respected my dad's wishes, which probably weren't even his wishes, but since he had all over the fridge this lady's fridge magnets, I was going to call this lady who just sent us this thing in the mail, right? I was about to call this lady who sent this thing in the mail another just random person, right? And just like, oh, this came in the mail today, or we'll just call this person. I did zero research, of course. Rachel's like, no, respect your dad's wishes.
Oh, man.
No, it's
That's
fine.
so stupid.
Rachel, it's fine. It's totally fine. You have very dumb reasons why you're right. Okay? The thing to remember is, you're still right. Don't apologize for your dumb reasons. Just say, I don't even have any reasons.
I don't have any reasons.
I'm just right.
It's true.
Because when you tell me what's right, you notice how I never ask you what your reasons are?
No, you don't.
The reason I don't ever ask you what your reasons are is because your reasons are all terrible. Unfortunately, I'm not caring why you're right. I'm just caring that you are right. If I were trying to evaluate you on your reasoning, I'd think you were wrong. And then you know that would make me wrong. And you know how much I hate being wrong.
Yeah, that's true, you do.
I really don't like it.
No, you don't.
Because then I have to go through this whole, I am wrong, here's why I was wrong, here's all my reasoning as to why I was wrong, here's the correct reasoning, here's why it convinced me, here's why it should also convince you, in case you were listening to me before when I was wrong, and I had these very good reasons to be wrong, you know, like you were probably convinced too about my great reasons why I was wrong. That's why I hate being wrong. It's a very complicated process for me.
Me too. I don't like being wrong. Oh my gosh.
But it's a much simpler process for you. Because,
Kind of.
well, sure, because just as you don't have any good reasons why you're always right, you also don't have any good reasons why you're sometimes wrong. So you don't have any explaining to do. Unlike me, who has a lot of explaining to do when I'm wrong. Because I spend so much time explaining why I'm right. So when I'm wrong, I have to like, oh God, I got double time, quadruple time work to do. I gotta explain that I was wrong, why I was wrong, why I was so insistent that I was right even though I was wrong, why, how this fits into the larger frame of things. Oh, it's just a disaster. When you're wrong, it's just, well, you weren't intuiting enough, you were missing some key things you needed to include in your intuition that you didn't intuit that you needed to intuit. And sometimes NI just makes that mistake. Or you might just be trying to NI about shit that has no business being NI'd about, like whether or not we have a good relationship, right? That's nothing you can objectively know about. You can only subjectively know about. And that's your most unconscious function. So you keep going like, will somebody else please tell me if I have a good relationship? Or some external thing tell me if I have a good relationship? I'll say, you have a fantastic relationship. You're the luckiest girl in the world. You really are.
I do feel lucky.
But you know what? You're not lucky though. You know what you are? You're the hindmost.
Right?
You're what every INTJ only wishes they could be. The last person anybody would ever guess is secretly the mastermind behind everything.
True. Yeah.
Nobody would ever guess it to you.
No one would. Ever.
Every INTJ wants to be that,
That's true.
but they can't because society is not a refrigerator.
No, you can't just.
Society is people. And you gotta have FE tools, not TE tools, to be a real mastermind.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, because society is what? It's people. It's not things you can TE. It's things you can FE. To be a real mastermind, you have to be an INFJ. Now, if you want to see an INFJ be both a mastermind and accomplish a lot of shit, you need to add meth. You also want to really see him accomplish a lot of shit, you need to add a lot of battlefield trauma. And then you get Hitler. History's most effective INFJ. But the only reason he was that effective was because he had all the meth he wanted injected directly into his veins.
That's so disgusting. I can't believe
It's a lot less
he's an
disgusting
INFJ.
when you call it
It makes
Vitamulching.
me so sad.
But listen, let's just call it Vitamulch.
Oh my god, I
That'll
can't
make
believe
it.
that he's an INFJ. It's so
Rachel,
gross.
Rachel,
This is so
it's
wrong.
not you. He's not you.
No, he's not. Thank you.
Other INFJs, bad INFJs, have zero impact on you. You notice how little I care about other ENTPs, like Boba Fett's like,
Sure.
this guy will wipe the floor with NTPs. Well, let him go ahead and wipe the floor with all the NTPs. ENTPs, INTPs, all of them, that's fine. And then try to fuck with me. Because I'm Eric.
Yeah.
I may happen to be an ENTP, but first and foremost, I'm Eric.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Hitler. Oh my
And-
god, I'm not
Rachel,
pumping anything through my veins.
If, I want to make
You
it
know
very
that.
clear, if there were a scale that had Hitler on one end,
Oh my god.
on the other end of the scale
Yeah,
would be Rachel.
it's true.
Okay? Those would be the two ends of the scale. So, if you're worried that because Hitler was you don't want Hitler to be an INFJ because you're an INFJ, well, you know, like in John Stewart's an ENTP, Barack Obama's an ENTP. I just think they are so much shittier at being ENTPs than I am. That's all I think. That's what you should think too. Hitler is so much shittier at being an INFJ than you are. But of course, his first mistake was injecting meth into his veins all the time. And that's why he was so asleep when the Allies invaded and had those sternest instructions: do not wake me up no matter what. Because he'd been up for weeks on injected meth.
No, it's not me.
I mean, the thing is, Rachel, you and Hitler share one thing in common.
They were INFJ.
When you don't get enough sleep,
Mm,
you get a little nasty.
yeah.
Now, Hitler made not getting enough sleep part of his vitamins for years. So, of course, just think how nasty he must have been. And INFJ denying themselves sleep that they don't understand they need because their SI is so unconscious by injecting meth into their veins for years of war.
So who's like?
That's just like, oh, IFJ, if only you knew anything subjective. Too bad you only know objective things. If you knew anything subjective, Hitler, you would know. That's a very bad idea. So inject a bunch of meth into yourself for years. And I don't care how much you call it vitamins. It's not going to change it. You can call it vitamins,
So
you can call it rainbows, I don't care what you call it, but
who's a good version of?
of somebody who injects meth for years? Nobody.
Oh my god.
There are no good versions of
That's
that.
fucking crazy. What a.
Well, you know, it's not like he could go, you know what? All that stuff I was saying, I changed my mind. He was, yeah, it's like, life is like a ski slope, okay? Sometimes you got a thing that goes like this, right? You can pick the good slope, or you can pick the shitty steep slope with all the moguls on, right? But what you can't do is stop in the middle of the mogul slope and go, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm going down the easy slope because it's just walking all the way back up here with the skis is just like, fuck it.
You know, I know.
Gravity's too powerful.
I wish that I had, like. So, like, who was a good INFJ?
Oh my god, you worry about that? There's lots. You!
Thanks.
You're a saint. You're the best INFJ I've ever met.
Oh, thank you.
Here's the crazy thing, Rachel. You're smarter than Corey.
Thank you. I think I am too.
And Corey is like the smartest person I know, except me.
Yeah, except you.
Right? And I'm beginning to think not only are you smarter than Corey, I think secretly this whole time you've been smarter than me too. Like, look what you've gotten for yourself. You went from being treated as a cash cow with a sociopathic mother to having totally disempowered you from everything, right? Including even living in the house, to being the queen. Forget the queen. You're the empress.
Yeah, I know.
You're the queen of queens, right? The only reason you're not an emperor is because you don't have a dick.
Yeah.
And only people with dicks get to be emperors.
I think the emperor.
And you created for yourself a situation where literally you only have to do one thing. Only one thing
Thanks for
required of you in all of life. And but as long as you do that one thing, you basically get whatever you want whenever you want. Brought to you by me. With a thanks for the opportunity to serve you. Okay? You made that happen. And think how powerful you are.
Thank you.
Right? It's like, and you did almost nothing to accomplish all that. The most thing you did to accomplish all that, it was pretty impressive, was when you squirted my dad's car full of smoke with a hose. And then squirted the garage door with a
Oh
brush,
my god.
and then left the hose running full blast in the garage. was trying to avoid you at the time, because you were being like really weird. Like, I don't know what's wrong with Rachel, but she's been super weird right now. I'm gonna go inside the house and she can say out loud. I'm like, why did I hear the pipes running so much? Right behind the hose is on full blast inside the garage.
Not my proudest moment.
I wonder what Rachel was watering. I'm sorry, darling. I honestly don't care at all. I think it's hilarious. I'm so glad that it happened. You know why? That's what makes you such a special INFJ. You have no choice but to be openly vulnerable all the time. Right? That's what makes you the hindmost. Nobody would ever suspect you of being the mastermind behind everything, because you've got all these embarrassing moments and stuff, and all of your mental illnesses all splayed out on the internet for everybody to see. And that's what every INFJ would hate more than anything in the world, is to have all their fucking most embarrassing shit in front of everybody, right? But you have to deal with that. And you know what that makes you?
Better than.
Perfect. It's like, right from the get-go in our relationship, you had to tell me all this shit that would, any normal person would be like, well, fuck that, I don't want to go out with you. You had to tell me you had to live outside like a dog. You had to tell me you were bipolar. You had to tell me you had no job. You had to tell me all this horrible shit that you didn't want to tell me. And, but because you're so honest and good, you just said it all to me anyway. And because I'm Eric, I said, bipolar? I don't believe in that. As far as I know, that's just bullshit. You know why? Because I don't know anybody with bipolar. Therefore, it's bullshit. Boy, I learned a thing or two about bipolar. It turns out, Rachel, in case you were wondering, bipolar disease is not bullshit. Guess who was wrong again? Was it you? No. Who was wrong? Points at me. It was Eric again. Who's always the one who's wrong? It's me. If between the two of us, if you're wrong, I'm still wrong. Because I'm the one who's evaluating whether you're right or not. So, whenever anybody's wrong between us two, just remember that. It's always 100% of the time Eric's fault. The only thing that you could do wrong is suddenly spend a lot of money for no reason, in which case you will get yelled at. Or do one of a couple of things that you never do, like cheat on me, or like, I don't know, like go horse joyriding. You know how much I hate horse joyriding.
Yeah.
And I will not tolerate any horse joyriders in my family, even you. So if you're going to be out and riding a horse, you're going to have to buy the horse you ride. You are not going to go, if you're going to steal someone else's horse, it's fine. You have to steal.
Is it?
Well, you have to steal it, okay?
That's
You can't just
sweet.
ride it around their property.
Yeah.
That's what horse joyriding is. If you got on somebody else's horse in their corral area and just ride it around in there without their permission and then get off and leave. That's horse joyriding. And that is the one thing I will not tolerate in my family. There will be no horse joyriders. You can steal a horse, you can buy a horse, but you may not joyride someone else's horse in their corral. If you get their permission, then it's not joyriding, so that's okay. But you know how strongly, I've always felt so strongly about horse joyriding. This should come as no surprise to you.
No. You're right.
You know how much I hate horse joyriding.
Sure.
Also, if we were currently planning on opening a meeting group of Anal Wreckage Anonymous, you need to tell me before we're getting married, because
Oh my God, no.
while I
No.
don't plan personally to add to any damage to your anus you may have already done, I deserve to know that if you are in fact a card-carrying member of Anal Wreckage Anonymous.
I am not.
Or any of its affiliates, like Pineapple in the Butt
Oh
Anonymous.
my God, no.
I'm going to ask some really personal questions before we get married. Such as, Rachel, have you ever had an entire full-size pineapple up your butt? Is the answer yes?
No.
Your,
It is no.
Your slow answer makes me worry.
Oh my
I'm
God,
just
no. I'm
joking,
really.
baby. Obviously, you've never had a whole pineapple up your butt.
This is
That's
like
not
so
a real
painful.
question, for goodness sake.
No, it's not.
Okay, relax. You're perfect,
I don't
remember?
like you to worry.
I'm not worried about you, even just a little bit. The only amount of worry I have about you is that I am a little worried that you, for some reason, don't seem to get how perfect you are. Okay. Everybody else gets it. I get it clear as day. So I get it clear as day. Everybody you meet gets it clear as day. Every once in a while you have an imperfect day, which I call everything's shitty, Rachel.
Yeah, I hate that.
But you know what? Everybody, even perfect people like you, to be perfect, you have to have an occasional imperfect day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd be imperfect because you would be always the same, and that'd be boring, you know. And the thing is, even when you are everything shitty, Rachel, everything you say is still right.
It's a TI.
It's just the shitty right instead of the good right. It's fine. Listen, hey, darling. Nobody but nobody can come up with any good justification to critique you for telling the truth. I'm sorry. If they try, they're going to have to go through me. The only thing that might actually happen occasionally is if you tell me a truth about me that I don't want to hear and I'm surprised by it, then I may attack you, okay? I might attack you because...
Well, because I struck first, of course.
Well, because unfortunately I am ruled by this overarching rule of don't fuck with Eric. And if my loved one, I might mistakenly...
Be on your side.
I know, but see, I might mistakenly believe something you're saying accidentally. I might think, oh, she's fucking with me for a second, and I might attack you real quick before I even realize what I'm doing. If that happens, I'm very, very sorry. I don't mean to do that. You don't ever deserve to be the object of my attack, okay? And when that happens, it's always because who's wrong? use your pointing finger. This person, right? This is Mr. Williams. Whenever Rachel's wrong, who's actually wrong? This guy. The only one who gets to be wrong is me. You are not allowed to be wrong. Even when you are. It's all my fault. So you should not worry your gorgeous head about anything other than the one thing that you do have to do. You only have to do one thing in life. I think we both know what that one thing is. Yeah. And you do a fabulous job of it. I can't even conceive of anybody doing a better job of the job you do than you. I can't even conceive of anybody else even attempting the job. Because you and the job are as married to each other as Joe Paterno was once married to Penn State football. Now, we can just extract from there the whole molesting children thing. And that the analogy is perfect, okay? You are to your job what Joe Paterno once was to Penn State football.
Can I be more like...
Okay. Go ahead, you say what you're going to say.
Yeah, I was thinking of the guy from NC State who had that speech.
Oh, Jimmy B? But then you have to die of cancer.
Oh, shit.
How about Vin Scully? You're Vin Scully.
I love Vin Scully.
Like, now you don't even want to listen to Dodger games anymore, right? Because that's not how Dodger games are called. Same thing. This penis of mine, I don't want anybody else calling this game besides this Vin Scully right here. Okay? It's like, you can replace Rachel with a 22-year-old bimbo, and my penis would just stay flat as whatever. It's like, why are we even playing this baseball game? The only reason it was any good in the first place was because Vin Scully was calling it. I don't want freaking Ross Porter or some other shitty announcer. You're not Vin Scully. You're not the sound of Dodger baseball. You know, I basically stopped watching the Lakers when Chick Hearn died. You know, that Chick Hearn, your Lakers broadcaster shit. Chick Hearn used to hate Stu Lance so much because he was such a shitty color commentator. And Chick Hearn was an ENTP and was the world's best fucking basketball play-by-play guy. And then, like, he would just freaking, oh my god. When Stu Lance would say, because Stu Lance is clearly unipolar. I don't know if he's an ISFP or ISTP, but clearly unipolar.
Yeah.
Why they picked him as a color commentator, I do not know, except they wanted like a black former player next to Chick Hearn,
Yes,
you know?
that's exactly it.
And he's terrible, Stu Lance. But I will give him this. He's terrible, but I don't hate him. He's not freaking Bill Walton, you know? I'd rather a color commentator be terrible because they can't think of anything to say, and then be terrible because they're talking about themselves the whole time during the basketball game. You know?
Yeah.
Bill Walton's the worst. He may be a great guy or whatever, but we saw these dumbass people protesting horse racing outside a horse racing track here today because it's opening day. But for the winter season, you know. But those people should do is change whatever it says on their signs to "Fuck you, Bill Walton," and they should go to every basketball game and Bill Walton's
That's more
commentating.
productive than like.
So much more useful at the
Yeah.
time. They change it to "Bill Walton, stop talking about yourself," and hold it up to him while he's broadcasting basketball games. "Bill Walton, could you please talk about the basketball game, please?" Instead of yourself and something happened in 1982 or whatever. Fucking horrible ESTJ or whatever you are. And supposedly he's such a great guy, right? Like, he helps all these people and stuff. So nobody at ESPN wants to tell him, okay, you're a great guy, Bill Walton, and you were a great basketball player, but we are sorry to inform you, due to the fact that you were the worst basketball broadcaster in history, we're going to have to fire you. Nobody at ESPN can tell him that. Because he's such a great guy to everybody, apparently. Oh, what a nightmare. ESPN people, remember, you're forcing this torture on every American who wants to watch that game and who can't now because Bill Walton's broadcasting. Now you might just turn it off. Oh, fuck.
No.
I cannot watch this game now. You can mute it, but then it's like, when you mute a basketball game, Rachel and I ended up talking about something else and just like not even paying attention to it, you know. Rachel and I start talking about something else means Eric starts talking about something to Rachel. And it goes on and on and on about something, and Rachel agreeably doesn't take her phone out.
No, I'm your partner.
You're fantastic, Rachel. Of course, you're perfect. Like, here's the kind of crime that Rachel occasionally commits. While we were listening to a special Christmas television that I got Rachel for Christmas,
Oh my gosh, I was so.
she was also on her phone looking for the other Christmas present I was getting her. And it's like, hi, you pay attention to the first Christmas present I'm getting you before you start getting the second Christmas present I'm getting you. So I paused it. I said, I'm just going to wait until she's done looking at the things she wants to buy on her phone. Because she's not really listening to
Oh
that.
my gosh.
That's the only kind of crime you can commit.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not paying enough attention
Yeah.
to me when I want. And it's kind of hot. You gotta get off your fucking phone. I'm saying things. You have to pretend to be listening. You don't have to actually listen, but you have to fool me
Oh, I am listening.
some of the time.
No, most I.
What was I said earlier? They asked me a question about, you're like, I wasn't listening. I was spacing out for a second. Or whatever you said.
Yeah.
I forget what it was.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's fine. They probably only listened to me about 45% of the time.
No.
But that's totally fine, darling. Because here's what.
Not. That's
Here's what. No human being can reasonably be expected to listen to as many words as come out of my mouth.
Yes, but I am a receiver type, so I enjoy hearing you speak.
You enjoy hearing me, right?
Yeah, of course.
Listening to me and hearing me are different things. It's pleasant for you to hear me talk, right?
Mhm.
listening to me, and every word I say and what they all mean, that's a little bit more work. You know, so I don't expect that of you, and it's fine. You shouldn't expect it of yourself either. If there's something I really want you to hear and understand, I will ask questions to make sure you understand.
That is true.
I don't, it's like, I'm a teacher, right? If I think you don't understand something, and I want you to understand it, I will explain it to you, and will ask questions to check to make sure you do, in fact, understand it in full. Because unlike other people who call themselves teachers, but apparently don't know how to teach at all, that's like, teachers don't do that all the time, right?
Yeah, I know.
They don't know what they're teaching.
No,
Like, they don't have a clear concept of what they're trying to convey to people. They don't know whether the people that they're teaching have that information yet or not. Okay? So it's like, I'm going to teach you something, I'm not really sure what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you need to know it, already know it, because of course I don't really know what it is. And then after I'm done teaching it, number one thing, I'm not going to check it all to see if you actually understand it, because again, I don't know what the fuck it is I'm teaching. This happens constantly in education. And it's like English teacher 101. It's weird. It's like, how could you get teaching so wrong that we have this reality now where it's fine that you have no idea really what you're trying to teach, no idea really how to assess whether they've learned it, and zero interest in whether the students want to be there or want to learn this thing. How did education become that? What a nightmare. It's like
So
everything's backwards.
is it that they're in the wrong job?
No,
Or is it
it's that they're trying to, it's like, okay, I majored in English in college, right? Which means I did what exactly? I read some literature and wrote papers about it. Why? How? How is that an accomplishment? Deserving of more money from a job that has nothing to do with what I've learned. It's so weird, right? It's like, I went to college to read some old books that other people say are good but are actually shitty, to write some papers that nobody in the history of the world would ever be interested in reading because that's such dumb subject. And then I got this piece of paper at the end saying, there, now you're qualified to earn more money. Why? Well, he read those terrible books. You read those terrible old books, and you wrote these terrible papers that nobody would ever want to read. That's why you are now entitled to get a job that requires a college degree. You did it. Congratulations, you. What? Who came up with this? Oh, thank God I majored in English. Now I have some really, really good, useful skills. You know? Like, hey, how many of you people read Moby Dick? Like, zero, I bet. I read it. I read the whole fucking thing. Even the super boring parts about whales. Boy, that guy go on and on about different kinds of whales, let me tell you.
Do you mind if I call my dad?
You do whatever you want, Rachel. Remember, you're the interest perfect person. You do what you want to do. If it's not what Eric wants, then Eric needs to change what Eric wants. It's too hot. It's enough. That's why I think. It's driving me
Hi,
too
Dad.
hot.
How are you?
It's cold.
Good. Oh, am I taking you away from anything?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. Good.
Watching football game.
Oh, who's playing?
Could it be any more too hot in here?
Who playing who? Sorry.
Indianapolis and San Diego.
Indianapolis and San Diego. Ooh.
Yeah.
Or San Francisco.
That's right. San Diego only has the Padres.
Oh, San Diego. No, actually they're
They're the
LA.
LA Chargers
Los
now.
Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, they
They
moved.
football in San Diego Chargers. They moved.
Yeah. Who's winning?
And he just left.
Oh, okay.
San Diego doesn't deserve any teams. We're gonna steal them all.
So you have a nice Christmas?
Yeah, we had a nice Christmas.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Very good.
How was your Christmas? Where did you spend it?
That's the kind of joke the NFPs don't get.
Yeah, it was nice.
Good, I'm glad.
I think last night I smoked a cigarette while she's having this conversation with her dad. So you guys just entertain yourselves, okay? I'm gonna mute this, give it some privacy.
Yeah. That's
Not
tough.
that I'm a big fan of privacy, of course, but
Okay, that's good.
just for her dad. Sorry about that, guys. Rachel is on mushrooms, and she gets weird on mushrooms sometimes. You know, she's all worried about something, or decides to call her dad while I'm live streaming, shit like that. You know? I said, can you please take this conversation outside? But yeah, she's on mushrooms, so she does weird shit. Unlike me, I'm perfectly normal on mushrooms. I had the most delightful elevator ride. I gotta tell you guys about it. You wouldn't think an elevator ride could be that delightful, but you weren't on the elevator ride I was just on. Like, there maybe? Maybe that's the right amount from this close to the mic? Maybe. I don't want to, what's that word? Clip. But I do want to be loud enough. Anyway. I've never seen an unidentified flying object. I want to so badly. Anyway, let me tell you about my delightful elevator ride. Got an elevator. This lady with this very little kid who's got to be like 3 years old. Perfectly capable of walking, but still very little, you know? Not toddling, like not gonna fall over, like that age, whatever age that is. And he was an extrovert, and he said to me, I'm going to Baskin Robbins. I said, you are? Do you already know what flavor ice cream you're gonna get? And he said, banana. I said, banana? Well, that's a strange flavor to get. I didn't know they had banana ice cream. And his mom said, try again. He said, vanilla. I said, oh, vanilla. That makes a lot more sense than banana. But on the way back up in the elevator, I made a decision. From now on, all things that are vanilla are called bananas. Bananas can still keep their regular name. The things that are banana can still be called banana. But all vanilla things now are also called banana. Because let's just admit it, it's a better name for vanilla than vanilla. It's just, that little kid was right. The first time, his mom shouldn't have corrected him. He's going to the Baskin Robbins to get banana flavored ice cream. And the Baskin Robbins employees need to change the sign in front of their ice cream that says vanilla to banana. I'm on the side of that little kid, not on the side of those horrible people at Baskin Robbins who keep wanting to call it vanilla. I should have yelled at that little kid's mom, hey, how dare you correct him? It's called banana, not vanilla. Vanilla is a horrible word. Banana is fantastic. You horrible mom. You should never have corrected your son. That's what I should have said to her in the elevator, but I missed my opportunity. If I see him again downstairs in the lobby, I'll make sure to run up and yell at her. You should never correct your son. It is called banana. Vanilla no longer is a thing. Bitch. God, I should call you in for child abuse. Telling you, son of a bitch. The ice cream he wants not called banana. Call it whatever the fuck he says it's called. You see how cute that little kid is? If he says it's banana, it's banana. Oh, I'm not regular level streamers. I keep forgetting I'm eating mom mushrooms. I'm so used to being on mushrooms, it's just like... Oh, right. I'm tripping. I forgot. I only ate like, I don't know, less than half an ounce. So, not that much. Of course, you know, mushrooms make happen, which I fucking hate. They make my nose run. I even had a conversation with my sinuses and mucous membranes earlier. I was like, you guys good? I've blown out all my snot, right? Everything's cool, everyone's kosher. We're gonna keep that mucus inside of our head now, right? Where it belongs. At worst, we're gonna into the stomach, okay? Nothing's coming out of these holes, right? Oh no, we're fine, we're fine. You don't need to blow your nose, you're fine. Then I ate a bunch of mushrooms. And all of a sudden, I said, hey, you fucks! What about our conversation we just had earlier? And they're like, well, that was before you ate a bunch of mushrooms. I'm like, yeah, I didn't tell you that, but you didn't specify that our deal was voided if I did eat a bunch of mushrooms. So you're the one liable to keep all this snot inside of my head. Oh, unfortunately, that boy class, I have to take breaks all the time. I just wish I had a large amount of DMT, then I really wouldn't have to take any breaks. But, because DMT, you don't get a tolerance to it, like freaking mushrooms, you know?
It's true.
If I had just unlimited amount of DMT, I could just be smoking the DMT pens all day long every day. The only bad part about that would be I really don't like the taste of DMT. And it sticks with you for the smell of it.
Yeah, you burp it up.
It sticks with you for a long time. But it depends on the DMT you get too. Some of it tastes worse than others. None of it tastes good. And I don't care if it tastes bad like right now. The problem is you continue to taste the bad taste long after you've done it. I don't like that part of it. Like, just give me all your bad taste right now. Don't make me taste you again tomorrow. You know? Didn't I taste you yesterday? Why? How are you still gaining access to my tongue tomorrow? You know? How does it even do that? My tongue was only with you yesterday. How are you magically gaining access to my taste buds when I'm not even smoking yet? I don't know. It's a mystery. It's like, I keep the Valiums in the same bottle as there's a couple of these big B vitamin things in there.
Yeah.
And now whenever I take the Valiums, I taste the smell of the B vitamins.
It's so unpleasant. Sorry.
I know, it's not a good place. I should have just taken out the B vitamins.
True.
From that bottle,
Yes.
then I wouldn't have that problem. Like B vitamins are like menthol cigarettes, okay? If you put one menthol cigarette into a whole pack of regular cigarettes, it turns every cigarette in the pack menthol.
Wow.
Somehow, magically. It's crazy. Oh, well, B vitamins are the same way, you know? They're the skunks of vitamins. They make everything stink like B vitamins if you fuck with them. Don't fuck with B vitamins. Don't fuck with skunks. Don't fuck with Eric. I'm a lot like a skunk. I have a really dumb defense mechanism, right? I'm going to explain to you how wrong you are. But just like a skunk, whose defense mechanism is equally dumb, I'm going to make you stinky. Shockingly, it's like the most effective defense mechanism in the world, right? Nobody fucked with skunks, and all the complete idiots fuck with Eric. Even though I'm never gonna hit you, I'm never gonna do any physical shit, right? I'm never gonna sue you or whatever. All I'm gonna do is come over there and shame you with your wrongness. But it's surprisingly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You should never apologize, Doug. You have no reason to apologize for anything. You to demand the world apologize to you. It's like those horrible things at the store. Do you want to donate, man? No, motherfuckers. I want to buy this thing at your store. I don't want an opportunity for charity. You know what, store? Instead of saying, would you like to donate, man, why don't you say, would you like us to donate $20 to you, Eric? I would say yes to that. Yes, I would like that. Thank you. Do I want to give somebody else $20? Obviously not. I mean, certainly not when I'm here to buy cat food. If I want to give someone $20, I don't want it to be part of my cat food purchasing activity. I mean, God, how lazy a charity person could you possibly be? You want to do your charity as an afterthought of buying cat food. Fucking supermarket. No, I don't want to donate. Do you want to feed the hungry people? I want to buy cat food, you stupid fuck. I don't want to give money to the Hispanic Federation, feed the hungry. I don't want to save the fucking sea turtles. I want to buy this cat food. Talk about mission creep. Jesus Christ, did you forget what you're for, supermarket? You're for selling me things. It's like, that shit right there. That's why I'm better than Bill Burr. Right? Because he does equivalent kind of jokes, but they're not as good as what I just did with the cat food thing. Like, Bill Burr wishes he had done that cat food bit instead of his dumb, like, women, when you have time up on your schedule, they're like, let's do this, honey. Okay, dude, come on. Come on. What is this? 1998 or something? It might have been funny a little bit in 1998.
You know who Sandy Koufax is, right?
Oh yeah, he's a former Dodger pitcher. He also owned restaurants in Hawaii. No, that was
Really?
Don. That was Don Drysdale. My mistake. Sandy Koufax did not own restaurants in
I
Hawaii.
like see Koufax as like a classy kind of.
Yeah, it's classy. He pitched a bunch of fucking no-hitters for the Dodgers.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, he's as classy as they get.
Wow.
I mean, he's no Vin Scully, but nobody's Vin Scully except
No,
Vin Scully.
Vin Scully.
But as far as like Dodger
Sandy Koufax,
Dodger idols, Sandy Koufax is right there next to Vin Scully, and so is Fernando Valenzuela. As far as I'm concerned, right there too, and you know, maybe like, oh, that fucking horrible guy Kirk Gibson. He's a horrible guy, but Dodger icon nevertheless for that one home run he hit in 1981. We all remember that. Vin Scully called it perfectly too. He just hobbled up to the plate, all fucking injured. He didn't play a single bit of anything in the whole game because he was so injured, right? Again, Tommy Lasorda brings him out as a pinch hitter anywhere. He can't even hardly fucking walk to the plate. Again, Kirk Gibson.
I like the way, like,
It's like, bam! Fucking home run. Game-winning home run of the fucking Oakland A's.
wow.
It was so, it was like, oh my
What are you
God!
talking about now?
Kirk Gibson's a miracle home run when he didn't even play he didn't play at all the whole rest of the series.
Wow.
That's the only thing he did. Was he got called in as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning in like game 1, I think it was, and we were down by like a run, and there was a man on base, and he could barely walk to the fucking plate, and he just like, BAM! Fucking home run, game winner.
Wow.
He had to hobble around the bases. There's this video of him going like this. Yes, yes. As he's hobbling around the fucking bases. It's crazy.
That's amazing.
And Vin Scully just said nothing basically. He's like, he said, the improbable just happened. And then he just shut up, and all you could hear was just the sound of the crowd going ape shit. Just like, oh my God! Oh my God! How did this just happen? Oh my God! It was a wonderful memory for me from 1981. I was watching it on TV. I wasn't there, you know.
Yeah, but still on TV.
Yeah, TV's better for baseball, you know? I'd rather watch it on TV than be there. Baseball games are boring usually.
Yeah, they are. They're long.
But like playoff or World Series baseball
Oh, so intense.
is much different than regular season baseball.
Yeah.
It's much
Regular
better.
season baseball, like, is a mosey. Be mosey.
You gotta be in for it's like I want a SIFI the next 5 hours. I want to get some peanuts. I want to drink a couple beers. I want to chat with my friend sitting next to me at the baseball game. Oh, look, he's up. Getting drunker and drunker throughout the game. That guy's so good. He's going to hit a home run this time, I bet. Oh, wow, we sent the whole 9 innings. I sure am drunk. That's what baseball games are for. If you're going to go to the baseball game.
That's what I did.
Yeah. That's if you're going to go to the baseball game. You know, look, nobody's disputing that Dodger dogs are delicious, okay?
Yeah, they are.
Those are great hot dogs they got at Dodger Stadium.
They really are the best hot dogs.
I don't know if they're the best. I never tried other stadiums' hot dogs, but I do know that they're fantastic.
They are fantastic. Honestly, okay, so whatever. I feel like
They're too expensive, though. I mean, there's no disputing that. If you want to eat dinner at Dodger Stadium while watching the game, oh, you might as well eat that steakhouse and both get lobster, you know?
yeah.
It's like Dodger Stadium's food is so overpriced. $15 for a hot dog?
Oh my gosh, that
Oh,
is wrong.
I don't know how much it actually is, but it's something like that, you know? It's like, this is the most expensive hot dog I've ever eaten. It better be fantastic. Well, it is fantastic. But it's still not worth $15.
No.
Can I get a bag of peanuts? Oh yeah, it's $8. For peanuts?
No, that was like,
I get a huge bag of these in the store for like 50 cents. $8 for a little bag of peanuts. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's why once again, I'm telling myself, remember next time, bring your own shit to eat and sneak it in.
it's hard to.
It's not that hard to sneak in.
Oh.
Peanuts. You just gotta stick them in your vagina.
Vagina peanuts.
Oh, yeah, show we were watching. Remember that
Yes,
one
I
show?
know
The lady
Vagina
was
weed.
explaining that it's a perfect
Nature's
body
pocket.
pocket. Yeah, nature's pocket. You just put whatever in. That's why if you bought weed from that lady, it always stank like a vagina.
Yeah.
Like,
Ew.
oh, why does this weed smell so much like vagina? Oh wait, never mind. It's that candle I bought. Let me blow it out. I bought one of those candles. It smells like that lady's vagina. I've been burning it in here.
They do that though, like.
Who's that lady? Who makes a
She's from
candle?
Broad City. Broad
Who
City.
makes a candle that smells like her vagina?
Oh yeah.
Remember that lady? What's her name? Is it,
Who? Oh.
is the biggest idiot in the world?
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth Paltrow. Who in the world wants a candle that smells like your pussy?
Ew.
Oh my god. Ugh.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
I love the shit out of Rachel. But I still scrubbed the shit out of her pussy before I came anywhere near it. Right? There's so much soap and everything. Because let's be honest. Let's all be honest. Vaginas are not the best smelling things in the world, okay? Neither is my junk, which is why I'm just as vigorous and soapy in my
It's
own
true,
shit.
yes.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
as
not a
vigorous.
hypocrite. You're not a hypocrite. No.
It's like, I just went jogging. Here, Rachel, put your face right
Oh.
there. That is not ever going to happen in this relationship because we all know that after a hard day's whatever, and your pants, you know, your junk is not going to smell good. It just isn't. It's like,
No, it's not.
you know, I pee out of my penis. Sometimes I miss and get it all over my balls. You never know. A lot of times that happens. I'll be peeing in the toilet, and then, oh no! I just pee all over myself. God, I'm bad at aiming. If I were as bad at peeing as I am at shooting peacocks with my air pistol, that would be what would happen. I would start peeing into the toilet and go, oh no! And I would pee all over myself.
Oh no!
I could be 5 feet away from a peacock standing still on the ground. Okay? I did not hit those things to save my fucking life. I am a terrible shot.
Hi, Becky T.
If I were in that movie Forrest Gump, I would not be Forrest Gump. Because he was very good at shooting what he was aiming at.
Was he? Oh.
Yes, he got the marksmanship award in the Army and everything, remember?
Now I do.
He was also super good at like reassembling the rifle, you know, like in like 5 seconds. Like, here's all the pieces of the rifle, and go bam, 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 and put it all together in like 5 seconds. That's not me.
That's not your lot in life.
Just not me. If you have all those rifle pieces on the ground, you could give me all the 5 seconds in the world. I still wouldn't be able to put it together, right?
I couldn't either, though. Like,
it's kind of right, but the
you
whole
can't
part
mess that
pointing
up,
like the
though.
wrong
You can't-
direction or
if
something.
you like mess that up, like you can really injure yourself.
Right, well that's why I'm not in charge of
No,
assembling rifles.
I don't want you to.
Yeah,
I want you to.
that's why I'm not in the Army
Thank goodness.
until old. They wouldn't even take me if I tried to join the Army. They say, you're too old to join the Army. Also, you hate listening to other people tell you what to do. So you're a poor candidate for joining the Army. You're, in fact, I'm going to be honest, you're the worst candidate we've ever seen for joining the Army. A lot of people come in here and say, hey, I might want to join the Army. A lot of them, bad candidates. But by a huge margin, Eric, you are the worst candidate.
But so you think it's
Ever.
INFJ would be the worst candidate? Because, like,
Oh, but they wouldn't walk into the Army place and say, I want to join the Army. Only in the NTP is that stuff. I might oh, hi. Is this the Army place where you sign up?
oh my
I
god.
know I'm 51 and on a lot of drugs right now, but this is seeming like a good idea. Where do I sign? I'm sorry, sir. You cannot join the Army because number one, you're too old. Number two, You're clearly on way too many drugs to be making any kind of decision.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you don't want to be making decisions about
Number
drugs.
3, you just stepped into our recruiting office and you've already broken all of our rules somehow. And now you're explaining to us how stupid our rules are. So Eric, I'm sorry. We are not going to let you join the Army. You just got to deal with it. Well, that's why, Army people, have a nice day. I didn't really want to join you anyway. I don't know what made me come into this office and start trying to sign up for the Army. Jesus. What was that, like 5 minutes ago? What church was on that? I mean, that seems like the kind of thing I would only do if I was drunk or on a lot of cocaine, you know? Oh yeah, I did all that cocaine. Okay, well now I understand why I went in the Army office. I would never go in to try to join the Army. I don't care how drunk I was, or on how much cocaine, or on how many drugs. I would never go try to join the Army.
It's not an EMTP's like place to be.
Yeah. You could not get me. Okay. If I were on 50 times as much mescaline as I was on that day, and nothing else, maybe then
Oh my god, what a bad decision.
I would join the Army. Maybe then. It was on 50 times as much mescaline as I was on that day that I hilariously yelled at those people.
You know, it's interesting though because like we need people like you in positions of power because you're so level-headed.
Well, it's because I'm so disinterested, right? It's because I don't care about what's good for me at all. You know? It's like, oh no, Eric, you gave these people money and they didn't finish the job. Well, I guess that means I have to do the job now. That's not what that should mean. It should mean I call the people and yell at them and tell them to come back and finish the fucking job, right? But I'm so accustomed to my interests. I mean, I'm habituated intentionally to my interests having zero relevance in anything, because that's not how I go about my business, right? It's like I go about my business with ideas that are correct and true universally. What I want or feel is fucking completely irrelevant to that, you know? If anything, it's just in the way.
Right, that's why the position of power for you would be so. It is ideal.
That's why I need you to remind me, hey, Eric, don't give away our shit. Stuff like that, you know? I need you to remind me by just looking disappointed. I have to say anything. Oh, but I want to tell you guys about this really interesting philosopher's quandary, actually, that occurred to me the other day. So I had removed cash from the bank to pay this person. I had like $800 in cash because, in hundreds, because I had to pay somebody that much. I don't remember who it was, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I had 800s in my wallet. I was walking into this 7-Eleven, and this homeless person in front of me said, hey, can you spare some change? And I said, I began to answer with the truth, of course. I'm sorry, I don't have any cash except hundreds, is what I was going to say, right? I started to say the answer to her question, when I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any cash. I just stopped right there. And I lied accordingly. Now the question is, should I have done what I did and lied to that person, given that I already started the sentence and there's no, it's like, because I so reflexively just tell the truth as the answer to every question, you know, whoever asks me. And so they ask me, can you spare some change? And my answer was, I'm sorry, I don't have anything but hundreds in my wallet. Right?
That's like, oh.
And so I started to answer, I'm sorry I don't have any cash except hundreds, but I just stopped the sentence then. I lied. Did I do the right thing or the wrong thing because I lied? This is an interesting philosopher's quandary because, remember, there was no going backwards. I had already started the sentence with the truth, right? So should I have stopped at cash, like I did? I'm sorry I don't have any cash. Which is common enough. People just pay with cards,
it's
you know.
such a bad situation to be in because...
Con would say I did the wrong thing. I should have just told her, I'm sorry I don't have any cash except hundreds.
But...
And maybe Kant's right. I mean, maybe I'm infantilizing her by saying she can't handle the truth. You know.
That's true. Okay.
So it's
Alright.
different. That's what makes it an interesting quandary. I'm
It
gonna
is
smoke
an
a cigarette
interesting
while
quandary.
Rachel and you guys discuss it a little bit. Okay.
So...
Because obviously, if you go back and start the whole thing over, you wouldn't start with that sentence, right? But because I'd already started down the path of the true sentence, that's what makes it. You have to remember that part too for the quandary analysis, okay?
It's like a really tough question because it's, oh my god. I just like think about that woman and I'm like, she would have like wanted that 100. And then like once you give the money away, you can't like say like, you can't tell a person what to do with the money once you give it to them. What'd you say? She really could have used that 100. I know, it's like fucking such a moral dilemma. Becky T says, I wish there were more thoughtful people like you guys. It seems like a lot of people are going through the motions to be bothered. Yeah. Like, at least it's on our mind. I think It's tough, like I thought it was kinder. I thought it was kinder that she didn't know that there were 100 bills in Eric's pocket than for him to tell the truth. Then it was kinder. I mean, the kindest thing. The kindest thing were to, God, I don't know. I grapple with this. Like, it's like I grapple with, like, because there's like some part of me is like self-preservation is extremely important. So I don't think that Eric made the wrong move. I think it was kinder to lie. Because if we were to say, like, just like, I really am, like, torn up over I mean, you know. Dat Boy Klaus says, the truth is rather harsh, but not evil. Sorry, it would be too inconvenient at this moment for me to give you cash. Yeah. You're right, Dat Boy Klaus, but at the same time, nobody has the right to know whether you have cash or not. It's true. It's true. When I am on mushrooms, I've noticed that, like, I want to talk to Eric about it, but, like, it affects my FI for some reason. I just think of the woman, like, having the guts to, like, ask for money. Like, that in itself is, like, not an easy thing to do. But, oh man, what a shitty situation.
But you know, Rachel,
What?
that the elevator in this hotel grants even impossible wishes. That's true. When I was in the elevator, I said, hey, look, I got 2 wishes for you. One, will you please stop making my nose run? Number 2, will you please make it so I don't have to pee anymore? And the elevator made my nose stop running. It failed in wish number 2. But I think the reason is it only grants 1 impossible wish per ride.
That's fair.
That's fair, yeah. You
Yeah,
can't
that's
expect
fair.
more
You
than
can't
that from an
really-
elevator.
Yeah, it's like a little bit greedy to ask for more.
I mean, it's by far the best elevator I've ever been in because none of the other elevators even granted possible wishes, let alone impossible wishes.
I do like mushrooms that boy clouds.
Next time
So-
I'm gonna go in the elevator, I'm gonna wish that circles were square. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the absolutely delightful conclusion of my earlier delightful story, which I'll tell you when I've done peeing,
Okay.
since the elevator didn't solve that problem.
So I have a question. I was talking to the TWF chat about how like I noticed that like when I'm on mushrooms it affects my FI.
Yeah, you get all of it.
So like do you think it affects 6 slot? Or just like
I'm
it's just,
always so shitty at figuring out how to do things, so it's hard for me to talk.
oh.
I'm like, yeah, probably, because it's like when I'm on mushroom. Oh God, do I have to figure out how to do this thing?
Oh yeah.
I'm never gonna be able to figure this out now.
Yeah, I think it does. Honestly, I do think that mushrooms affects 6 slot. Well, I mean,
You know, the thing
at
is,
least me.
if it affects it for me, it just makes it a lot worse.
Yeah, right. It
Now
makes it a
you-
lot worse.
now you
Exactly.
extra suck
Oh
it.
my god, my FI is so terrible.
You already sucked at this. Now you're extra
Yeah, extra sucky.
That or mushroom does some TE for me.
Yeah.
But the difference between my problem and your problem is that I can solve my problem by calling camera.
Hmm.
You can't solve your problem by calling camera. You just call your dad.
Well, I called him because he texted me.
Probably because you want an emotional person.
Hmm.
And the thing is, that's not something you're going to get from me when I'm a person. You know, I love the shit out of you. I would tell you that through a perjure, but you're not going to get actual FI bonding from me.
Well, I get. Yeah, but I get
You get the air to
ES loves RL on the magical tree that you made.
Well, of course. You get the air to cool in that body, which is... Nobody talks fucking bagel!
Yeah, you are very protective.
That's how I bond with you. That's my form of bonding. Are you looking at my woman? You're better not be. That's mine. That's how I bond with you, Rachel. I said, because I love you so much, you're mine! Nobody else can have any of you at all! Go away!
Thank you.
That's called love. That's what they call love. I know because I once I'm dating IFP. And seriously, that's what they call love. Like, constant jealousy. Like, okay. No thanks, FI people. No thank you. yes, like your like gaze of love at me like disabled my normal defense functions and shit, right? But oh my god, the volatility. It's like you cannot possibly have a relationship in which you're using your feelings all the time to figure things out. What a nightmare.
Okay, so it's INFP.
Yeah. Oh my god, because your feelings change all the time. You know, it's like sometimes I wake up in a bad mood, sometimes I wake up in a good mood, sometimes I wake up and make a laugh, oh my god, somebody because I'm mad. You can't make decisions about things based on your feelings. They change all the time. Alright, but you know, INFPs, they make decisions based on their feelings. They watch them do a great job of it even. Beats the shit out of me how that could possibly be the case. But let me tell you about my fucking delightful conclusion to my earlier delightful story. I don't know if you've heard the beginning part of it again. So you might have been on the phone with your dad, but so I went on this elevator ride earlier, and in the elevator with me was this mom with this adorable little boy, okay? And he's an extrovert, clearly, because he said to me, "We're going to Baskin Robbins."
Oh.
And I'm like, "Really? What? Do you already know what flavor of ice cream you're gonna get?" And he said, "Yes, banana." I said, "Banana? I didn't even know Baskin Robbins had banana flavored ice cream." And his mom said, no, try again. He said, vanilla.
Oh.
And I said, oh, vanilla. That makes a lot more sense than banana, right? Okay, so that was the first elevator. I go out a little while ago, smoke a cigarette. And guess who's coming back?
Oh my gosh, no way!
Yes, it's that same moment, a little boy. Except, guess what? On their way to Baskin Robbins, Mr. Man changed his mind and said he wanted frozen yogurt. Understandably so, because at the frozen yogurt store, of course, you can go, I want some of this one, 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 I want to put these. Do I want cheesecakes bites in my frozen yogurt? Yes, I do. Do I want also mochis? Yes, I do. Do I also want strawberries? Yes. But this is what I realized when I've done that. A great public service announcement needs to be made. That everybody needs to know this. Do not, under any circumstances, get gummy bears as a topping for your yogurt.
Oh my god, I always used to. That's so funny.
And the reason you should never do that is because when they get cold, gummy bears get too hard.
Easy to eat.
They're
so
too
true.
hard to eat.
It's so true. This is coming from someone who used to do that.
Now, I would not pay enough attention to the boy's yogurt to see if he had gotten gummy bears or not. But if he did get gummy bears, it was okay for him because he was such a cute little boy. But for anybody else, don't ever get gummy bears as a topping on your frozen yogurt. It's a bad idea.
It is a bad idea. It really is. This is coming from someone who used to go to a frozen yogurt place and get gummy bears before I realized they have mochi. Mochi is much easier.
Oh my god, you made me so jealous when I got cheesecake bites without realizing there was mochi to get on there, on the yogurt.
It's like,
And then you were in the car eating your yogurt had mochi on it, and mine just had cheesecake bites on it. And I was like, oh, nobody's hungry on
it's a
mochi.
secret. It's a secret. You know what? That's like a.
Oh, I would definitely have gotten that. And this hotel, guess what they don't have? Yakisoba. We wanted to stay at the other hotel, but guess what they had? More vacancy. Oh,
Oh, is right.
how gay is that?
So gaff.
And it's just because it's right across the street from the horse racing track, and today happens to be opening day. You know, so it's like, oh, we're a bunch of Asian people who love to gamble. Let's go stay at that hotel so we
Yep.
can lose a bunch of money at the horses.
100%.
So we came and
Hundo-y.
we loved that hotel.
Yeah.
And we got 2 nights at this hotel. There's nothing wrong with this hotel.
You know,
It's cheaper, the internet's
It sounds-
free, for fuck's sake, which is good. We don't have to pay for parking. We don't have to pay to park our own car in their
Yeah.
parking lot, which is what we did at the Blue Meridian, because they only have valet. Of course, if you say to the guy, well, look, valet guy, you can park my car over there if you want, but we're just going to walk right behind you because we got to go pull bond rips in the car before we go inside. He said, you can park your own car. Okay, I'll just park my own. You park in any of these spaces. Okay. I still have to pay $27 for valet parking though, right? Oh my god. Like, fuck you, the Meridian, for
Like-
these extra charges that are bullshit.
yeah, the extra charges are like really not.
If I didn't like that hotel so much, I wouldn't stay there.
Because
But I really like that
charging for
hotel.
internet, that's so BS.
Well, what's really BS is this. The shitty internet, they charge for $6. The good internet, they charge for $11.
Yep.
That's a very, like, the worst case scenario should be the shitty internet's free and you have to pay for the good internet.
Yeah.
The idea that you have to
that's
pay
a-
for even the shitty internet, and like, okay.
Not cool.
What?
It's just like so like
Well, it's
weird.
free if you're a Bonvoy member. I don't want to be a member of your stupid corporation. I want free internet, you fucks.
Yeah, come on. That's so weird. Like,
But I really like that hotel, so
yeah,
it's
no.
just like,
And it's like I really like that bartender too. Like,
I like that
she-
bartender. I like the fact that it was open when we wanted it to be open. I like
Yeah.
this place where everything opens like at 6 o'clock or whatever. I don't even want to eat anything in this hotel. We just go across the street or whatever, you know. There are all kinds of restaurants around here. Unlike the other hotel, which had nothing around it
Yeah.
except the racetrack, this hotel has all kinds of things around it. So we can just walk across the street and get some food. If I'd been had a little bit more foresight, I would have brought drinks other than just water.
That's all we had.
The only time water is the best drink is when everything else is
Mhm.
so exciting that you need something super boring to bring down the excitement level a little bit.
Yeah.
And then water's the right drink.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
But things aren't really that exciting right now. So if it was like 10 times this exciting, then I'd be in favor of these waters. But right now, you know what I'd much rather have than water? An Arizona tea of some sort.
I know. It's funny because
Half and half.
it's interesting. Like my fifth slot ignoring any. So like, Cameron was like, yeah, you guys don't drink the water at all. I was like, yeah, no, we really don't. And
And so we did, in which case we drink it all in one day.
so he was like, what do you drink? And I'm like, ah. Like it hit my fifth slot, and he like.
I suppose that there's anything in the fridge. You know, so if there's drinks in the fridge, we drink those. If there aren't drinks in the fridge, we used to drink coffee. Now we can't make coffee anymore. Because we don't even have a coffee maker. So now, there are no drinks in the fridge. We just be thirsty. Like we deserve. Before we'll ever get one of those bottles of water.
Yeah.
That water is too boring for us. We'd rather be thirsty than drink that horrible, horrible water.
So opposite of like Delilah. Like Delilah has her water bottle she carries with her.
I'm committed. I will die of thirst before plain, boring old water befouls my mouth.
Ugh.
You know what actually sounds really good, right?
What?
Guinness non-alcoholic.
Mm.
Oh my god, that's just so good.
It's so good. It tastes exactly like Guinness.
Who
knew? I never knew
It's like 0% alcohol.
Yeah,
It's
0. It
crazy.
is 0.
It's crazy how much it tastes just like fucking Guinness.
Yeah, it's amazing.
They do a great job with that.
They really did.
Yeah, I'm
They
impressed.
honestly, like,
I didn't think it would ever be possible for them to make it.
me
non-alcoholic
neither.
Guinness
I
because-
definitely gave that up. I was
Yeah.
like, that will not be recreated, and here it is.
Well, here's something I still insist will never happen. They will never make a good non-alcoholic wine.
No.
It's just not possible.
Because the process is so different. There's like no water
There's so
involved
much
in wine.
higher white alcohol content in wine
Yeah.
than there is in beer, you know?
Yeah.
And you can't, it's like, wine requires the alcohol to be wine.
Right.
You know? It's impossible to take the alcohol out and still have it taste like wine. Unlike beer, somehow they magically made beer that tastes
Because
just like fucking regular beer, just doesn't have any
the
alcohol.
fermentation is, they don't ferment, you know, it's just.
Oh, right, you're right. It's because beer's fermented,
Yeah.
so you can still taste all that fermentation
Mhm.
stuff.
That's when it becomes alcohol.
Right, but they just remove the alcohol. With wine, it's,
It's a different process.
yeah.
It's a totally different. You use the actual grapes to create.
Right, they're their own sugar. They don't ferment. They just. I guess they do.
chemistry.
I guess they do ferment, but I don't know
Yeah.
how they make wine. I guess is what the answer to that question. I have no idea how they
I'm
make wine.
picturing a woman in a barrel pushing.
You're thinking about I Love Lucy, same as me.
Yeah.
We both. This is
It's
actually
so
full.
funny.
Look, the full extent of our knowledge of winemaking is the same. We both learned everything we know about winemaking from that one episode of I Love Lucy.
Also, there's like
You know what the wine people tried to do? Which it's just like, fuck you wine people trying to do. They're trying to replace corks with screw tops and say it's better.
Oh, no.
No, I don't even drink, but fuck off. No.
If you're a wino, I think that like a part of being a wino would be
You gotta have a cork.
corking.
You can see it in the bottle of wine, right?
Oh,
You
it's
can,
such a TE
and-
problem.
and
Or S. Poor
good,
SE.
good winemakers have their little thing that goes over the top short so you can see the bottom of the cork, so you can see the status of the wine.
There's so much.
Corks are important in evaluating wine. Screw top, I mean, like fucking kind of thing like for Pepsi or something. Fuck you. What are you doing?
That's like.
It's not acceptable. In my opinion. I don't even drink, but I still have opinions about wine snob.
I think you're right. I think the times when people drink the
Non-alcoholic
Screw.
Everclear.
screw top wine are looking more just to get drunk. They're not drinking
No,
the wine.
they're
because-
making the claim that this technology is a better way of preserving wine over time than the cork, because corks fail, right? But the point is, when corks fail, that's how you know the wine's bad, right? So it's
That's
like
pretty important.
you're trying to replace an actual gauge with nothing.
I just feel like it cheapens it too. Like, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, it seems cheap. I think the screw off.
You need to use the cork to tell things about the wine.
You know a lot about wine.
I do know a lot about wine. I drank a shit ton of it.
Screw top for cooking is different.
That's fine. If you want cooking wine,
Yeah.
that's why they have stuff called cooking wine. It's specifically for cooking. You wouldn't want to drink it because it's garbage. Go ahead and put a screw top on that shit. I
Yeah,
don't give a fuck,
right.
you know. But if you're a good winemaker and you're trying to this happened for a little while, that you were trying to send out the message that this is a preferable way to
No, it's not.
to
It's
deal with your
cheap.
bottles, your good bottles of wine. Just all the middle fingers in the world to you,
No way.
sirs.
No way.
No, you need to use a cork.
There's no way that a screw top. No.
I mean, we all hate the fact that wine, of all only beverage in the world, requires its own special tool to open it. We all hate that. And we
Okay.
agree that's such
There
ass,
is.
okay?
Oh my god. So like.
But nevertheless,
Poor SE, right? Like my 4-slot SE. Oh my god, I can't tell you how many
oh yeah,
corkscrew problems I've
There's
had, and then you get stuck in there. and
many
then you
cork
fucking
disasters.
Can't get it out.
Darling, the key thing
you
is,
still wanna drink
let me
it.
tell you something though. Let me tell you. They've solved this problem. You just gotta get the right kind of corkscrew, and you don't ever have to wear
I'm not
it.
sure.
No, they have. They've solved it basically. They have a corkscrew now where you can't do that. It makes it impossible for you to
Oh,
do that.
That's
But
nice.
the thing is, what you can still do though with it, and you can never prevent this entirely, is you can accidentally push the cork into the
Into
bottle.
it.
There's no way to prevent that entirely, okay?
I've had those times too.
But you know what? That happens. It's fine. You just drink cork tasting wine.
It's like you're wanting to drink it, so at least you're able to.
Solution: just don't drink wine altogether. Well, I don't drink any wine at all. I won't touch a drop of it.
No,
But
I don't drink it either.
but that doesn't change the fact that I've got decades of knowledge about it. You know,
You gather the data when you're,
the knowledge isn't wrong. It's still there. I might as well talk about it or something. You know.
It is an art form. Or, you know.
I had to do a lot of drinking to learn as much about wine as I did.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
One of the things I learned is the only way in the world to avoid a hangover is to drink only extremely expensive wine. That's the only way in
right,
the world
you're right.
to avoid a hangover.
You're right.
If you drink nothing but $100 bottles of wine,
You're not gonna get.
you won't get hungover for some reason. But if you do, if you make the mistake that I made when I was like 19 and think, we're going to go to Ralph's with my friend who's old enough and we're going to get the most bang for our buck, which turned out to be, Ralph's brand gin. And me and Dave Porter finished that fucking bottle. Oh, the hangover. Oh my God, the hangover. Ralph's brand gin, if you are considering purchasing a bottle of Ralph's brand gin right now, may I advise you against it. Just, you know, even if you have very little money, just buy Ralph's brand whiskey or something, buy Ralph's brand vodka, anything but Ralph's brand gin. Because it is the worst hangover I have. Oh, I mean, I had worse hangovers than that. I had so many terrible hangovers, but that one really stands out.
Well, because it's like
Ugh.
rubbing alcohol. Like you can really get gin wrong. You could get gin wrong.
Right. I mean, if you drink a couple of like gin and tonics with Bombay Sapphire and go to sleep after a couple of those, just 2 of them, then you'll wake up in the morning and feel fine. If you drink 2 gin and tonics with Beefeater and go to bed, you'll wake up in the morning with a hangover. Bombay Sapphire is much more expensive than Beefeater, of course.
Yeah, it is.
So the deal with drinking is, if you want to drink and not pay the price the next day, you better be filthy fucking rich. Because only the most expensive alcohol will do.
Well, yeah.
And even then, it's like some super expensive alcohol will still get you super hungover.
Oh yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
just wine and gin are the only exceptions.
Yeah, because like you can have cheap tequila. I don't like taking shots of that shit though.
You could have the most expensive tequila in the history of the world, refined from the specialist agave plant ever, costing $1 million a shot. You will still be puking tequila for 3 days afterwards. And you cannot get the horrible taste of tequila out of your mouth for the entire week.
That taste is so gross. I hate taking shots of it.
You cannot buy tequila fancy enough to avoid a tequila hangover.
Yeah.
Not
They
possible.
try, like.
You cannot buy scotch fancy enough to avoid a hangover. Not possible. You cannot buy cognac fancy enough to avoid a hangover.
So like.
Not possible. But you can with wine, and you can with gin. Believe me, listen, I've got a lot of experience drinking, so you can take this one to the bank, okay? I've tried it all. I've tried every possible way to avoid a hangover conceivable to mankind, womankind, alien kind. I've tried them all. And the only way to avoid a hangover He just spent $100 fucking on a bottle of wine. Or drink just a couple of gin and tonics with Bombay Sapphire. If you have like 5 of them, you're hungover. Just forget about it. You're gonna be.
There's 3. What do they call it? It's the wind. What was it?
Yeah, 3 sheets to the wind. If you're 3 sheets to the wind on gin, no matter how good the
There's
gin
no
is,
turning back.
no matter how good the gin
It
is,
doesn't
you're
matter.
gonna be hungover.
Yeah.
But you could be shit-faced on super expensive wine. Well, somehow you never get shit-faced on super expensive wine. It's weird.
You just get sophisticated.
You're drunk, but you're just like,
My life.
there's some art and here's some food.
Yes, I think of
Everything's fine, you know. I drank 4 bottles of this
Yeah.
$100 wine. You know what sounds good to me? Let's go to the ballet and watch these people do these horrible dances.
That's what the French wine does.
Afterwards, you know what we should do? We should laugh at Jerry Lewis. He's hilarious.
That's another bad decision.
Who would think Jerry Lewis is funny?
I don't know.
Well, I that's why he was such a huge fan of retarded people. They thought he was funny. Only retarded people in the French thought he was funny.
The French thought he was funny?
This is one of those weird things the French do, right? French people seem to be okay for some reason with mimes. Like, I'm walking outside, right? First of all, there's no wind blowing. So, stop pretending like you're fighting against the powerful wind. Second of all, you're not in any box at all. Okay? That's just air you're putting your hands against.
So, but
There's no box around you.
didn't we decide though that the French tolerate it, right? Like they like.
Okay, well that's my point. Why do they tolerate it?
I know, because the French tolerate. That's how they do.
They tolerate mimes, and for some reason they think Jerry Lewis is funny.
That is so bizarre.
Only they and retarded people think he's funny.
Honestly, French do not have good taste in humor. They're not. They are humorless.
I'm increasingly thinking the only thing they have good taste in is wine. They do have good taste in wine. They have excellent taste in wine.
They have, like, I do like French style. There's like a.
Some of it.
Yeah, some of it.
Yeah. The other thing that French people do, they all have affairs.
Yeah, they're very, very, very.
They're not faithful to their
No,
partners.
they're not.
And it's like, okay. There's like this period of the day which is devoted towards cheating.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? I mean, I get it. Your wine's delicious. Your morals, on the other hand, like De Gaulle complaining because he didn't have an equal voice in World War II. After you fucking surrender monkeys just gave up to the Nazis instantly. Well, I still want to say what happened in World War II. I'm the leader of France, after all. You mean you're the Nazis? Because they're clearly the leaders of France right now, not you, Charles de Gaulle. Well, we just ran away so beautifully. Of course I should be in charge of this war. I just proved I'm really good I'll tell him I told you to run away. We might have to do a lot of running away before because those Nazis are tough.
Oh my gosh.
De Gaulle complaining in an equal voice in World War II after the French just folded in record time. As soon as the first Nazi crossed the border, it's like, oh, we give up! We give up right away!
That's very French.
We give up so fast! And you know what else? We're gonna have this thing called the French Revolution Freedom Fighter guys, right? We aren't gonna do nothing, but
Yes.
we're gonna talk about what a great job we're doing so much. You fucking French. You know what? You can take pears and shove it up your ass, French.
They don't even, like, they're so passive aggressive too, like.
I'm so glad Argentina beat you. You deserved it, France.
But didn't you say one of your favorite soccer players was from the French team?
No, I don't know my favorite. I just said, if you want to see a guy who's incredibly good at soccer, you should look at that Mbappe guy.
Mbappe, he really
He
is.
is so good at soccer.
Don't you think he carried that team?
Yeah, I do think he carried the French team, actually. I think he totally carried it.
Yeah.
Them and their goalkeeper. Without Mbappe and their French goalkeeper, France is just a mediocre, shitty team. That's my opinion on it. Well, look, here's the thing about France. You can't respect any country whose name rhymes with pants. I'm sorry, you just can't.
Who rhymes with pants?
France.
Oh, France and pants, the other two.
Like, you want to be a real country, make it so your name doesn't rhyme with pants. That's just the first thing out of the gate. We haven't even begun to talk about the more serious problems, France. Like your stupid language. Alright. Hey! I got some French words for you, friends. Fuck off! I like them French words. I regret even taking French in high school. I should have taken Spanish. So much more useful. I don't even see any French people around here. I see Mexicans all the time.
Yeah.
Why was I even thinking taking French, you know?
That's the 4, though. And that's like an Enneagram. That's the 4. That's what you being like, fuck you, I'm not gonna take the standard.
I just thought, well, you know, who wants to talk to Mexicans? I want to talk to French people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a kid, stupid. Like Mexicans, they just like do our gardening and stuff. I don't even talk to them. Stupid entitled teenager, you know. Oh, thanks, Horse Mumbler. Here comes Horse Mumbler with his INTP correctness. Freaking wet blanketing our party by pointing out that France technically doesn't rhyme with pants.
How? Why?
Well,
Does someone spell the same?
because pants, France, no, I think they do rhyme,
They
actually.
do rhyme.
I really do think they rhyme.
France and
Horse
pants.
Mumbler. Normally, I just assume Horse Mumbler is right when he corrects me about something.
Yes.
But I think in this case you might be wrong,
Yeah.
dude. I think France and pants do rhyme.
Yeah.
Even though
Dude,
they,
the pants and pants. It's like
even though they're not spelled the same, you know.
But they don't have to.
That has nothing to do with rhyming,
Exactly,
yeah.
rhyming.
Like, white and right rhyme, even though white gets its I from ITE, and right gets its IT from GHIGHT, you know? Like, right is RIGHT for some reason.
And what?
And white, say, or
Right.
white gets its
And
IT
white.
just from ITE.
White and right.
But right gets its IT from IGHT for some reason. I don't know why there's a G and an H in there. I don't know what they're doing. How does G and H sound like IT? It is beyond me. But somehow they do. That's the magic of right. That's the magic of right. When you're right, even G and H sound like IT. That's the amazing thing about being right. When you're right, you can make even G and H sound nothing like what they sound like.
Glasses fell next to you.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
I wasn't really looking for them, but I probably would have shortly. I still can't find them.
That's so weird. Where'd they go?
Oh, here they are. I found them.
You found them.
They were hiding in my armpit. A lot of them are hiding in my armpit. The other day I found a whole flamingo.
Oh, flamingo! In your armpit.
Turns out, wasn't just one. They had his whole family hidden.
Oh my goodness.
Do you know this flamingo and his wife had
And his
7 children?
His whole family?
So
Living in your
I
armpit?
had 9 flamingos in my
Wow, that's
armpit.
a deep pit.
I said, for fuck's sake, get a vasectomy. 7 children? How many more flamingos do we need in this world? You guys don't even live around here.
Oh my gosh.
Couldn't you have found a better place to make your home than my armpit? And they said, no. This is the best home in all of Los Angeles County. Well, if I got, that's ours. And then, fortunately, Tiffany came to my defense. Hi! That's my iPad. I found this guy. All his spaces belong to me. And she was right. And that's why I no longer am burdened by a family of 9 flamingos living in my armpit.
I'm glad you resolved it.
Well, Tiffany did, not me.
No, Tiffany.
It
She
turns
knows
out
how to get
it turns out it was her armpit the whole time.
Oh!
And she didn't want any goddamn flamingos squatting in her armpit,
Yeah.
you know. So, usually all it takes in the world, when Tiffany gets involved, is they go, hi! And everyone's like, okay, we fucked up. We fucked up badly. Hi! I found out! Find out! Come out!
She really does follow those rules. The rules that she has, she follows strictly.
You horrible people! And just stop touching my stuff! Like this guy. I found him He belongs to me. You all people stop it. Boy, Tiffany hates the peacocks even more than I do.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oof. She really goes after those birds. If it was up to her, we'd be shooting them with a .22 rifle, not a pellet gun. I'll tell you that much. But Tiffany takes no prisoners. Oh, shit, Elijah! I gotta kill you! I'm mad all that! Pow! Take that, motherfucker! That's Tiffany's way. Fortunately, when she's not out watching me anywhere, forcing me to do things Tiffany's way, I soften her orders somewhat. Don't tell her, please, Rachel, because then I get in big trouble. But you know, she says, "Go kill all them peacocks." I soften it too. Just shoot the ones in the backyard with a pellet gun that bounces off of them.
Yeah, I do wonder how your dad. I mean,
My dad was a lot more activity than me. You know, fuck us, I was saucer, I gotta fucking kill you. Here, squirrel,
yeah, cause like
stealing my pigs that I'm not gonna eat. Pow! One shot. Pow! Fucking hit that thing. I can hit a fucking peacock from 5 feet away. This guy is 87 years old, blind as fuck. He can still nail a fucking squirrel at 20 feet away in one shot. That's stealing a peach he doesn't even want. But hey, that's my pig. You fucking squirrel better not try to steal any of my pigs. Because, oh my God, I'm a crack fucking shot. I don't need to see a goddamn thing. I don't need to hear anything. I don't even need to be able to move. I will still shoot you dead between the eyes in one shot. The same dad who could tell with his magical butt cheeks that my front tire was 3 pounds low. What? He was right when the light comes on the next day? Oh my God. How did he do that? I drive this car all the time. I'm familiar with its ways. He never rides in my car. We were driving that fucking car. I remember exactly where it was. It was like, your rear front tires low. Like, well, the light's not on. He just kind of like rolled his eyes in there. The next day the light comes on.
yeah.
I was like, Dad, you fucking dad. Why do you always win everything? All the time. My dad would never, ever, ever let me win at anything. He was not the kind of dad who let your kid win things, right? I had to beat him.
Yeah.
And then, when I did beat him with something, he never wanted to play that again. I remember the first time I beat him at basketball. That was the last time we ever played basketball. We used to have a hoop in the driveway. And I'd be like a little kid, right? He's a full-grown man. He would just dominate the shit out of me. It'd be like 40-0. I'd be like, take that, son. No, I was just as bad shooting at baskets than at peacocks. I had to be like right underneath the basket to make it there. But what I was really good at in basketball, which is a valued skill, is rebounding.
That's a very important skill.
I could slip between all the various people, like I just slide up in there, and there'd be all the people like boxing out and shit, and I'd just be like, I get that, boy. There, now I got the rebound. I'd give it to somebody who knows what to do with it.
Important skill.
You know, because I was bad at dribbling. I was bad at shooting anything other than layups, and including free throws. And I was good at defending, though. I was a good defender. I blocked a lot of shots, and I got a lot of rebounds. So, you know, people still wanted me on their team, even though I was shitty at most basketball things. Like, you do not want me dribbling the ball. It's instant turnover. I'm pretty good at passing the ball, though. But,
That's good.
you don't want me driving to the hoop with dribbles. That's just, might as well just hand the other team the ball. Here you go. Why am I trying this? You're just gonna steal it right away from me. I already know from experience that every time I try to dribble and somebody's near me, they seem to take the ball away from me. I was trying to dribble to the basket and I don't even have the ball anymore. What happened? Why do you have... You took the ball away from me! It's hard, I'm trying so hard to dribble. And it's like, it's hard enough as it is. Now you coming and taking it away from me. That's why I stopped dribbling the ball. I just said, let me throw it to somebody who knows what to do with it.
That's a skill.
I will just grab the rebound and then throw it to that guy. He seems to know what he's doing. I was also very susceptible to people on the other team going, here, give it to me. And then I throw it to them. It's like, I was very susceptible to that trick. Usually, most of the time when I played basketball, nobody attempted that trick, right? But if occasionally I'd be up against a smart person who somehow got that quality, like read that about me, that when I get the ball in my hands, my goal is to get it into the hands of somebody who knows what to do with it as quickly as possible. And they'd be like, right here, I'm open. And I just throw it right to him. And be like, oh shit, that guy's on the other team.
Oh shit! Oh no!
But almost never do people try that, right? But occasionally some smart person would figure me out that I was susceptible to that, and then do that to me like 3 or 4 times. Oh god, I do it again. I throw it to you again.
Oh no!
Oh no! I can't seem to stop obeying their words. Throw it to me! Okay. Oh, I wish I were less obedient. In basketball, though, I knew exactly what my skill sets were. And I didn't want to do anything other than what I knew I was good at, right? I knew I was good at defending, I knew I was good at rebounding, I can make lifts or run underneath the basket. I don't want to do anything else in basketball because those are the only things I'm good at. So it makes me very susceptible to, here, throw me the ball. Okay. I don't want it. I know I'm the least qualified person to be holding this right now. So, I mean, basically anybody, even the people on the other team, are more qualified to be holding this than me. I'm a pretty good basketball player to have on your team, but I'm a terrible basketball player. You know, that's what it boils down to. I'm not a bad person to get on your basketball team. If you're playing pickup game, like let's have a pickup game. These guys are waiting. Eric's turn now. You're in good shape to have me on your team because I have certain specific skills. But that doesn't change the fact that fundamentally, I'm a terrible basketball player. I mean, I'm 6'5", so I can rebound pretty well and defend pretty well. Where's my mother still trying to say that
I know.
pants and France don't rhyme?
So
Okay.
France, you okay?
Well, do France and dance rhyme? Well, there's a subtle difference there, actually. It's because the E on the end of dance creates a slight... You forgot about that part, Rachel. It's not pronounced dance, it's pronounced dance.
I forgot.
Just like, it's really subtle, but when we say pants, what we're really saying is pants. It is very different from France, you know. Pants does not rhyme with France, it's true. But pants rhymes with France. Unfortunately, nobody says pants. I'm going to put on my pants now. Well, I mean, you say that a lot. I've heard you say that like every day.
Pantus.
Every morning, I'm in the kitchen or something, Rachel comes in and says, I just want to tell you, Eric, I'm going to put on my pants now. It is my daily routine. Every day. It's like, Rachel, you don't have to tell me when you're going to put on your pants. Just put them on. And she said, well, I just wanted to make sure you know that they don't rhyme with France. I said, I know your pants don't rhyme with France. I know that already. Stop reminding me every single morning, please, Rachel.
This is like super important.
I tell you one thing about these sweatpants. I regret ever putting them on a week ago because they have fallen to my ankles so many times. I had such a light thing in them earlier. I was shocked that even that made my pants
Oh
fall
my
down.
gosh.
I don't remember what it was, but I was like, even this makes you fall down? You should not have any pocket. Sweatpants, your pockets are a practical joke. That's all they are. More of a pocket than these sweatpants. There's a hidden camera. We're gonna watch it. This guy puts things in his pockets and then leaves the house, only to discover 5 feet after he leaves the house, his sweatpants are down around his ankles. And unfortunately, as usual, he's not wearing any underwear.
Oh.
So don't even put pockets in your sweatpants. Sweatpants. Just don't even put pockets. You're just saying this is a trap, you know. That's no moon. That's the fucking Death Star. You know?
Yes.
Pockets. You aren't even pockets. I wouldn't trust you to hold even 5 pennies. Because you just would fall right out of there. You lying sub-pocket fakers. And you gotta go out and smoke a cigarette thanks to your awful pocket horror. I'm gonna make another impossible wish though when I get in the elevator, so.
Oh yeah? Oh.
Remember the last one was grand.
Yeah, you.
Do you have anything impossible you wanna wish for? Maybe I'll wish for you.
I can't think of any wishes.
Must be ignoring extrovert
Yes,
intuition.
it is ignoring extrovert intuition.
I'm gonna wish something impossible for you. I'm gonna wish that you thought you were as cool as everybody else thinks you
Okay.
are. Talk about impossible wishes. That's never gonna happen.
That's true.
But with this elevator, maybe it will.
Maybe.
It stopped my nose from running. And I didn't think that was possible. But you know what else I don't think is possible? Is for me to get back into this room
Oh no. Here.
without a key, which I left right here. Because, obviously, when you leave a hotel room, the best place to put the key is right here. I'll be back.
Okay.
Wait. I'm not quite ready to leave yet. Yes, I am. I do have a lighter. Okay.
You got everything?
I got everything. I got a lighter, I got a cigarette, I got a drink. So
Okay.
And my key. That's all I need.
Planet X is probably fake. $7:25. Pacific Standard Time. I know, Mr. Bobby. We could pretend it's real. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Bobby. You remind me of Zoe Deschanel, and she reminds me of you. That's interesting that you said that. See, like, I didn't really like her in New Girl. So I liked the show New Girl, but I didn't like it because of Zoe Deschanel. But she has a vibe. I definitely get with that vibe, probably. I'm cozy right now. You didn't like her in 500 Days of Summer. Why, Mr. Bobby? What was it that you didn't like? I thought she did a good job. Did you like the TV show New Girl? I thought Nick was a great character. Just so funny. I like the dynamic between Nick and Zoe Deschanel's character. That was smart. Mr. Bobby says, in the movie, well, I don't blame her, just that the guy was into her so bad and she wasn't, but at the end of the movie, we realized he totally missed all the signs. Yeah. Well, that's the part. That's the point of the movie. I mean, it's very, I think, relatable. 500 Days of Summer, where your expectations don't really match up with reality. It's a very human problem. Having expectations and then that was an unhealthy relationship. They were showing an unhealthy relationship, what that looks like. Because we do it, you know, I definitely have been in relationships like that. Zoe Deschanel definitely has her her quirkiness to her. I don't know what type she is at all, and I do believe that she is more introverted than her characters are. I think she just knows how to act the manic pixie dream girl well. Thank you, Mr. Bobby. I think your personalities are different, but do resemble each other a bit and have not so different voices. Yeah, that's true. I definitely agree with you on that. That our voices are similar. I can't believe it's only 7:31. I feel like, well, Eric reminds me of, Mr. Bobby says, Eric reminds me of Kramer. He's a better looking, younger Kramer. I don't, like, he has gotten that as, excuse me, he has gotten that as a, comparison. I think it's I think it's interesting that people in certain groups think that I'm an ESFJ. It's funny because I literally had like a moment too of like, maybe I am an ESFJ, but I just say I'm not TE. Yeah, people in certain groups think that I'm an ESFJ, but I'm not.
People who hate Eric like to tell Rachel she's some other type.
That's true.
That's what it boils down to.
That's true.
He's trying to get Eric.
Yeah.
A lot of people hate Eric.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Little, like, 4-year-old extroverts are the most adorable little creatures in history, right? Because they start answering questions you never even asked. Right? They're just like, something to tell you. You stranger in the elevator. I'm going to Baskin Robbins.
That's so cute.
The sad part is, when they grow up, they have to learn everybody hates me. Because I'm no longer an adorable little kid telling a stranger I'm going to Baskin Robbins. I'm now an adult bothering another adult with words they don't want to hear. When I was going down the elevator, and I was having a conversation in the elevator between Tiffany and the people of the Baskin Robbins. Times on now I've got a flavor of banana, you motherfuckers! I was telling Baskin Robbins in the elevator, right? I forgot about your wish, by the way. But,
What was my wish again?
for you to like yourself as much as everybody else does. But anyway, I was having this argument. Oh, man, you motherfucking better change your name of vanilla to banana. And I got the cup and the door opened. And there's this guy kid right there. Oh, hi. Excuse me. Anyway.
It's so funny. Oh my gosh, you were caught. That's so funny.
I was caught
Oh,
yelling at Baskin Robbins to change the name of vanilla to
that's
banana.
hysterical.
And this guy looked, this Asian guy looked at me like, what are you doing? Now, excuse me, I'll just get right out of your way here. Let's just pretend that never happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just pretend that never happened.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm sure he probably went back to his friends like, I had this strange experience getting onto the elevator right now. This guy appeared to be, I couldn't understand a single thing he was saying, but I guess he was yelling at Baskin Robbins to change the flavor of vanilla into banana.
Yes, he was.
And then I was standing behind my car smoking a cigarette. Again, talking out loud to myself as I always do. And this family came out, and they were parked right next to me. And oh boy, you have never seen a family so determinedly not look at me. Just Can we just get in this fucking car and drive away as quickly as possible? Because I'm really regretting parking next to this crazy guy. I don't know what he's doing out here, but he's having a big conversation with somebody that's not present. I always talk out loud, even when there's nobody around. I talk out loud all the time. Like, I'm always telling objects what to do, or whether they suck, or whether they're good, or whatever. I'm always talking about everything, like whatever it is I'm doing. Now I'm gonna go put this rock over here. There. I put it down. It was over there. I carried it all the way over here. And I put it down. This is Eric doing anything, right? It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It's a running commentary. The only reason it's not constantly out loud is for FE reasons. That's the only reason it's not constantly out loud. Is because when I'm on mushrooms, I don't really care. I'll walk right through the lobby of the hotel room. That's Oliver. I was like, why are both of the elevators working?
Oh, that's a good question.
Why aren't only one of them working?
Yeah.
Fortunately, because of that, it's the one that grants impossible wishes.
Oh.
So, if we're going to have one of them break, it's better the other one be broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people just determinedly, steadfastly, do not look at me. Whatever you do, don't look at that guy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them, but I do know that I do not want to look at him. Because he might think that's an invitation to engage with me or something. And there's something very strange about that guy. There's nothing strange about me. I'm just on a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
I'm nice, easy, pleasant to talk to. And I will switch into normal mode the second you start to try to talk to me. I may seem like you don't want to approach the guy who's standing behind his car going, "You're my fucking bird, try to have my eye." But if you actually come up and talk to me, all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" But I don't blame you for not expecting that. I totally would have the same reaction you do. Like, I don't want to talk to that guy. That toothless guy having an incomprehensible conversation with himself very loudly behind his car is not the guy I want to talk to. He seems incredibly angry about the fact that vanilla ice cream is called vanilla. As far as I can tell, he's provided no cogent reasons why we should change its name to banana. But then, that's because those people didn't meet that adorable little kid. If they had met that adorable little kid, they'd be on the same page as I am. Fuck vanilla. We're calling that shit banana from now on. That's just all there is to it. When you're that adorable of a little kid, you get your way.
Yeah.
You get to have vanilla changed to banana. Well, that's fine. That's why I was so good at playing with action figures. You're a voice actor for each toy. You know, it's funny, I never played with action figures really as a kid. I played with a lot of Hot Wheels though, and they had personalities. You know, this car was like lazy, and that car was like you go get her, and this car was like always causing me problems. Like, you're arguing with me again? You have to go on the loop-to-loop. I'm sorry, but you're just being a bitch. Phew, loop-to-loop for you. Because I figured the car didn't want to go on the loop, because then it'd have to be upside down. Right, that makes sense. Who wants to be upside down? The only people who want to be upside down are people who are currently upside down, because then turning them upside down makes them right side up. Those are the only people who want to be upside down. Are people who are already upside down. And the only reason they want to be upside down is so they could be right side up again. So that's why the bad Hot Wheel cars, the ones that were arguing with me and stuff, had to go on the loop-to-loop. Oh yeah, you want... Okay. You're gonna keep that attitude, little Camaro. You still have that attitude after I put you upside down in the loop-to-loop. Round you go. And you know what? Consistently, after having to go through the loop-to-loop, my Hot Wheels attitudes consistently improved. They learned a lot being upside down. They learned they broke rule number one. They fucked with Eric. Look, Camaro, I don't care how badass you think you are, you aren't gonna argue with me about this particular point that we're discussing, because I'm right. I've explained why I'm right. You're wrong, and you're still not agreeing with me. So you have to go on the loop-to-loop. No, please, I don't want to go on the loop. I hate being upside down. I don't fucking care. Loop for you it is. Oh no, I'm upside down now. I'm going to just hold you right here till you stay upside down till you learn your lesson. Okay, I'm sorry. Alright then. Now you're back on the other side. You're done with your loop-to-loop. Now, Camaro. Can we finally agree that you cannot make a moral calculus by looking to the impacts? Yes, I agree. Just please don't put me upside down again. Okay, well, just stop being freaking gay-ass non-normative in your moral calculi. Like, measure the impact. That's how I know this thing's legitimate. Respect the order of questions, you fucking little Camaro. Otherwise, you're going upside down again. Okay. I promise to respect the order of questions. And that's how my little Camaro learned so much that day about morality, about upside down, about not disagreeing with Eric when he's right, about his place in the world. Hey, you little Camaro. I found y'all. Y'all belong to me. If you're gonna talk shit like that, you're going upside down again. For a long time. I'll hold you upside down for like 5 minutes. Until I get tired of holding you upside down. Then you'll learn something. Please, please, no! I'm so upside down right now. I promise to respect the order of questions. Too late now, motherfucker! Your stupid impact calculus doesn't justify your plan. Your framework was a complete failure. Cost-benefit analysis is a metric for deciding an issue. Oh my God! After we determined if it's legitimate. I can't even believe you, Camaro. No, I'm sorry, Camaro. Your plan to drone strike ISIS is a bad plan. I don't care how many supposedly good impacts you pile up. It's illegitimate. We are not at war with ISIS. And sending drones to blow them up is like the least sporting way to kill somebody ever. Let alone, you're not even calculating the backlash impacts when you accidentally drone strike some family having a wedding. This is unavoidably going to happen. So no, Camaro, we're not passing your stupid advocacy, and also I'm holding you upside down until I get tired of it. So I know nobody likes being upside down. Even you, little Camaro. And you're lucky I don't throw you against the wall for your shitty fucking advocacy. Drone strike. People are not even going to get that war with. I mean, at least send a person there with a gun. God, how much more pussies could we possibly be? Oh, we want to kill you, but we don't want even to get a single scratch on any of us, so we're going to drone strike you. Oh my God. Look, America. Look, America. If you're that determined to kill these people, number one, declare war on something you can actually declare war on, instead of things like terror and drugs and poverty. Right? Can we declare war on, I don't know, our country? The only thing we could possibly declare war on, please? If you want to kill them so badly, then declare war on a country and send our army over there to kill them. Do not be such pussies that we just drone strike people we're not even at war with from thousands of miles away. Oh God. That is so un-American, it makes me want to fucking puke. That's not America. That's Pussy Town. That's something the French would come up with. This is drone strike them from thousands of miles away. That way, if they come close, we can run away. Fucking pussies. No, if you're that determined to kill somebody, you go there with a gun and shoot them. That way, at least they can shoot back at you. that way, at least you have to be serious about wanting to kill somebody, right? You're not just gonna be like, well, I mean, since there's absolutely no risk to us, we might as well just kill those people, these people, the other people, whatever, you know. If it doesn't involve dead American soldiers, then we should not be doing it at all militarily, right? If we're that determined to use force, we better be ready to get caskets of Americans coming home. If we're that convinced that we should be using force rather than literally every other alternative that's preferable, you know, if we're that determined to kill people, then there better be dead Americans coming home too. Otherwise, it's just fucking French pussy shit. But preferably, we just wouldn't be that determined to kill people at all, you know. I mean, it's like, do we really need to kill people so badly? Like, why are we so determined to kill people in the Middle East? I mean, sure, they're terrible people. But why do we have to kill them? Can't they kill themselves? They're doing an excellent job of it. Just sell them guns, right? We don't need to do their work for them. We could profit off of this shit instead. Sell them guns. Sell them all the guns they want. Yeah. We may not, as Americans, be able to, we may not be allowed to own these military-grade weapons ourselves, but good news, Middle East, you don't have those laws. We're perfectly happy to sell you military-grade machine guns to you individual people. Go ahead. Do your work. Do your fine work that you're doing over there. But why are we doing it for you? That's stupid, right? Why are we killing you people when you people seem to care nothing about nothing but killing each other all the time? So what do we need to do anything for? Just sell your guns, profit off of your own stupidity. Certainly, that way, we aren't morally culpable for anything. That's what matters, right? The number one thing in life is never, ever, 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 ever give up the moral high ground. When we drone strike people, we have no, we can say nothing, you know? It's like we're going to lose all the arguments. You should know. Aren't you the people who are drone striking people from thousands of miles away when you're not even at war with them? Because you can't be at war with something that's not a country? And what are we going to say? Man, you're right. I guess I got nothing to say. We suck. Well, when I'm president, we're going to get rid of all of that suck. Everything we're going to do is going to be legitimate. Now, not all legitimate things are nice, but at least they're legitimate. We aren't going to be fucking drone striking people we aren't even at war with. Because, oh my God, they might pose a threat to America. Oh, I mean, so might anything. Are we going to drone strike the entire world because it might pose a threat to America? I mean, the reasoning behind this shit is just horrible. Only NI-polar and TI-polar getting together and saying, let's come up with the stupidest plan in the world could possibly have produced this clusterfuck of a policy.
You know they did.
I mean, can you imagine a more insane and stupid policy than let's kill people from thousands of miles away with drones that we're not even at war with because we can't be because they aren't a country?
That's so bad. That is so bad.
And we're going to just classify them as neither civilians nor combatants,
Oh, that's so terrible.
but instead as this third class of thing that doesn't exist,
Not cool.
so that we can pretend like we're abiding by some kind of international law, even though we are flaunting every shred of human decency with every single bomb we drop with those fucking drones. Shame on you, America. Shame on you, Obama. Shame on you, Bush. Shame on you. I'm not sure if Trump actually persisted in that, or if that's one of the things that he said. What are we doing? Trump was right about plenty of things, you know. That doesn't make him a good president. Remember that. We don't judge things on impacts. But it would be nice if he didn't drone strike people. If he was not one of the fucking fuck you Obama, fuck you Bush. I'm not sure about Trump, whether he persisted in that or not. So I'm going to reserve my fuck you Trump on that. Fuck you Biden, who's persisting in that policy. When Eric's president, there will be no bullshit tolerated. Zero bullshit tolerated. We will not be killing people that we don't have absolute legitimate okay to kill them. That means we're not going to be pulling any Trump moves assassinating an Iranian general who's on Iraqi soil when we're not at war with Iran with a missile that doesn't blow up. So Trump assassinated a foreign dignitary in a third country's land. We're not at war with Iran nor with Iraq. We got neither permission from Iraq. Obviously, we didn't get permission from Iran to assassinate their general. What the fuck is he doing? I am impressed, though, that somebody figured out the best way to assassinate people is to shoot them with missiles that don't blow up. That's impressive, because zero collateral damage, right? A giant missile comes from God knows where in the sky. It's a huge missile. Lands directly on this guy. Kills him, but doesn't blow up. So I am impressed with that. Good job, America, for reducing collateral damage. But if you think Trump's a good president, then you think it's okay for America to assassinate whomever the fuck it feels like at whatever the fuck time it feels like because we don't like them.
That's true.
And that is not the case. That is okay.
No, it's not okay.
We are not even at war with Iran. If we were at war with Iran, it would be okay, provided we had permission from Iraq, since it happened in their country. If we were at war with Iran, what Trump did would be okay. But we are not at war with Iran. So why are we killing them? If we want to kill them that badly, declare war. Congress. Who gets to declare war? It's not the fucking president. It's Congress. Congress needs to declare war. And the Senate also needs to agree. Then war is declared. Okay? Then the president, as the commander-in-chief, has authority to do whatever the fuck he needs to do to blow the fuck out of those enemies we declared war on. Right? Prior to the declaration of war, there should not be any killing of anybody because the president says so, right? He's the commander-in-chief of the military, which only has a job when we declare war on somebody. In the absence of a declaration of war on something you can actually declare war on, namely a country, the United States should not be killing anybody. I mean, sure, capital punishment, fine. Like, okay, I'm not necessarily opposed to the death penalty all the time, but the point is, they should not be killing anybody outside of their borders. Right? I'm not denying Texas the right to execute retards if they want it. You know? It's stupid, but whatever. You can be, if Texas, if you're that determined to execute retarded people, go right ahead. I don't care. But the thing is, what the United States cannot do, for sure, is kill people outside of the United States that we have not declared war on. It's like, our internal fucked upness is our problem, right? Like, we shouldn't be executing retarded people. We probably shouldn't have the death penalty at all. But those are our internal problems. And that's a separate matter. But the idea, the very concept that the United States of America, supposedly this paragon of justice and truth, is killing foreign nationals against whom we have not declared war, is the most appalling fucking rejection of everything America stands for I have ever even conceived of hearing about. Totally unacceptable.
It really is. It's disappointing.
This is fucking America. We're the good guys, for fuck's sake.
I know, we're supposed to be.
What the fuck are those retards in Washington doing? Let's see what other people are saying. Antipsychotics are emasculating. Well, good thing Rachel's not a dude. Do you feel emasculated by your medication, Rachel? No. Well, it's hard to emasculate a girl. I'm not sure how you would emasculate a girl. I'm taking away all your manhood from you. And you'd say, well, I actually don't really have any manhood, so you're stealing a whole box of nothing. I mean, you could disempower somebody, anybody. That's a neutral form, right? But emasculate, you can't really emasculate a girl. You could disempower her, you could whatever, but I'm pretty sure you can't emasculate a girl. Disempowering of the self. Well, I mean, sure. Like, if you want full blast Rachel, take her off all of her drugs. You get full blast Rachel, and she'll still be right as fucking rain about everything, right? Even when she's completely bonkers, she says everything she says is true and right and correct. She just points out increasingly nastier truths. So the thing is, I agree with you, Bobby. Dual citizenship is bullshit. If you're a citizen of America, then you're not a citizen of any other country. That's it. If you want to be a citizen of that country, then you don't get to be a citizen of this country. That's it. You can't be a citizen of more than one country. It's ridiculous. It's insane. It's contrary to the very concept of citizenship. Citizenship means is not a passive thing you just get, like, I'm a citizen of the United States, yes, because I was born here, or whatever, you get that, but citizenship is being a part of a country with all the good and bad that comes with it, right? Dual citizenship is just like, well, I want to be Canadian when it comes to this, and I want to be American when it comes to that. And I say, you sound like you need to be a French citizen. Go be a French citizen, okay? They're like that. I'm not like that, okay? As far as I'm concerned, if you want to be an American, you need to have middle fingers to all of the other countries. That's the only way you're allowed to be an American. You gotta learn first off. Other country, you're lucky I even know what your name is, and fuck you! What's that place called? Like Ross Frabla or something? A big island? Oh, what's that called? It's called like New Zealand or something. Fuck you! Now that's how you be an American, okay? Becky T, you should forsake that Iranian citizenship right now. The idea that you could be a dual Iranian and American citizen. Fuck no. If you want to be an American citizen, you need to say, fuck you, Iran, you horrible backwards Islamic nightmare. That's what it means to be an American. To support individuality. To support individual rights, including rights of women, not just of men, okay? It's like, yeah, fine when it comes to peeing and stuff, that's fine. I don't give a fuck about women having to wait longer for bathrooms and shit like that. I don't care. I'm selfish like that. But fuck you with your treating women like chattel shit, you know? It's like Iran is a terrible, terrible place. They treat women like chattel, which is to say, livestock. So, you know, if America were to declare war on Iran, I'd be perfectly fine with assassinating their various peoples. And the only reason I'm mad at Trump is because we didn't declare war on Iran first. Not because Iran doesn't deserve to be bombed and shit. It does, because it's horrible. But why should we have to do it, you know? Just sell them a bunch of guns, sell Saudi Arabia a bunch of guns, sell Iraq a bunch of guns, sell Afghanistan a bunch of guns. They'll all kill each other pretty soon. Why do we have to do it? I mean, Islam is the problem, Becky. It's very straightforward. A sane society has a secular government that separates religion from the problems of public policy. An insane society tries to integrate theocracy into governance. Since Islamic people seem determined to do that, that makes them insane. After all, if you're trying to govern with religious text, there's no such thing as correctness. It's just interpretations of various imams who cite different portions of the Quran to decide whatever the fuck they want, right? And you can't win any arguments because nothing makes any fucking sense. That's no way to govern anything, let alone a country. And the idea, which seems deeply embedded in Islamic culture, that what they deem sacred is more important than what is actually sacred, namely the individual's capacity to express whatever the fuck they want, including drawing pictures of Muhammad and peeing on the Quran and shit. That Islam people seem to think that what they deem sacred is more important than what's actually sacred, and that if you piss on the Quran, it justifies them using violence or something. Well, I mean, that's why I condemn Islam as a fucking cancer. Free expression of the individual is absolutely paramount to a civil society. And the notion that some filmmaker should be extradited to Egypt to be put to death for mocking Muhammad, and that like the entire Egyptian population was in favor of this, well, I mean, it's enough to make a man condemn that religion as a fucking cancer and an anathema to a civil modern world. It is a primitive, fucking backwards, woman-hating, slave-endorsing, war-endorsing, fucking nightmare of a pretend religion made up by a fucking sociopathic ESTJ. And has consumed the entire Middle East, forcing them all to suck ass forever because they believe it.
It's true.
Everything I just said about Islam is fucking as true as it could possibly be.
No, it really is.
People call me Islamophobic or something. I'm not afraid of Islam. I fucking hate it. Because it's evil. I hate evil things. Sorry. Sorry, I think women should have rights too. Sorry. I'm not going to pretend like Islam. Oh no, Islam's wonderful. Let's include it more in our TV shows on Disney. I know. Let's make the new hero an Islamic girl. And we'll just pretend that Islamic families let girls do things. How wonderful will that be? Are you kidding me? As soon as that bitch got magic powers, they'd honor kill her ass. Oh, you dishonored our family by being good at something and being a girl at the same time, so fuck you. Thanks. Thanks, Muhammad, for these fine instructions so we don't have to listen to women at all. You've done a great job of empowering us to kill our women. My wife wants a cigarette. And don't worry, Rachel, I'm going to tell you right now. Even if you dishonor me by being better than me at something, I promise not to kill you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Even though you're a girl. even though you're not even a dude. Isn't that amazing? You have rights too, even though you're not a dude.
Thank God, man.
Well, I'm just shocked because after all, I grew up in a Muslim family. And we learned that women are those things that you fuck at home and then cover up with lots of sheets before you let them go outside. You can't go outside like that, you whore! Your ankles are visible!
It is comfy. It's a really comfy blanket. That's why I'm like wrapped in it. When I like take mushrooms, I tend to go into cozy mode. I'm really feeling the cozies right now. It's like crazy. It's like 8:18 and I feel like it's like 10 o'clock. I did it yesterday actually. This is the day after. Thank you, Carrot. I appreciate that. I've been thinking a lot about when I shaved my head and just like all the awkward phases of growing it out. But Christ is separate from God. Carrot, you do you. Zeus like cheated on all his wives though. Like he had a wife and he kept on cheating on her. That's like not a great example. Yeah, I feel bad for her too. Like what? It's like the whole Greek mythology is like just centered around who slept with who and who's seeking vengeance on whom. Like I says, that's okay. His body slam will still be quality. In fact, his body slam was so good that why he did all the cheating. It is very romance drama heavy. Like I think about so from what I know, Venus, Aphrodite, is Cupid's mother. And when Cupid fell in love with a mortal, Aphrodite put the mortal through all these tests to make sure that the mortal was worthy of Aphrodite's love. Not even of Cupid's love, more of her love. Because Cupid fell in love with someone who was considered to be even more beautiful than Aphrodite, and Aphrodite didn't like that. Don Kino says, I haven't read it myself, but I heard that Jesus himself was pretty chill, but other people took his message and bastardized it as a means of controlling the populace. Yeah, that definitely happens in society for sure. Carrot says, I remember reading about that one. Aphrodite was known to be really jealous and selfish. Yes, she was. Oh. Carrot says there's a web comic called Lore of Olympus that's pretty art and has lots of romance drama about the gods, mainly centering Persephone and Hades. That's an interesting combination because from what I understand, Persephone, she's there half of the time and then half of the time she's able to go into the heavens. I'm not really sure, Fly Guy, that I agree with you. I think Christ is a pretty good example. You think Zeus would be better than Thor, but in Ragnar, so like Odin is Thor's, Odin would be Zeus's comparison. Odin would fight Zeus, not Thor. Probably did look a lot like Osama. Boba Fett, probably. How's it going?
Well, thank you. I had another very strange elevator experience. I was going down to the ground floor and it stopped at the fourth floor because some other people wanted to go down to the ground floor from the fourth floor, you know. And people got up. And two older people. And each of them was carrying in their hands like 3 pairs of shoes. They also were wearing shoes. And by the time we got down the ground floor, I said, "You sure do have a lot of shoes."
You actually said something? Wow.
I said, "Wow, you guys have a lot of shoes." And he's like, "Oh, I don't know how this ended up happening. We just are carrying all these shoes."
That is hysterical. What a funny thing to happen in the elevator.
Yeah, how does that end up happening? You end up riding on the elevator, you and your wife, you're each carrying 3 pairs of shoes.
So funny. That's so funny.
And then when I say, "You sure have a lot of shoes?" the guy's like, "Yeah, I don't know how this ends up happening." Like it's a regular occurrence or something, right? Like, "Oh, I know. Tell me about it. Every day I find myself walking around carrying pairs of shoes."
See, I have 3 pairs of shoes with me right now. But
yeah, but you're
it's
not carrying them in your hand
No, I'm
down the elevator.
No.
Where were they going with these shoes? What were they going to do with them? I don't know. The guy didn't even know why he was carrying them.
They didn't even know how it happened.
Like, I don't know how this shit happens. Here we are again, carrying shoes. And then, when the elevator headed back up, there was this family, two parents and a little girl, and they were checking in, obviously, and they had so many things that they were trying to carry all of them. I said, wow, you guys look like people with a lot of stuff to carry. And they said, yeah. I'm like, you could use that thing if you want, which is that thing you put things on, and you take them to your room.
Mm-hmm.
And the dad's like, oh, it's too late now, we already got all of our shit. So, anyway, they're on the 5th floor. We got off on the 5th floor.
Mm.
But I was thinking outside, the difference between you and me, Rachel, is you seem to exist in this weird netherworld in terms of opinions about yourself. If you ask Eric how he feels about himself, you get one of two answers all the time. I'm the greatest thing ever, or I'm the worst thing ever. And it depends when you ask me. Like right now, I'm the greatest thing ever. Like, there couldn't possibly be anything greater than me. I'm so fantastic. But if you ask me tomorrow, it could be like, oh, I have to be Eric, the worst person in history. It really depends on my mood. Meanwhile, you ask Rachel how she feels about herself, she'll consult some external source. Well, let me see what the tarot says about how I feel about myself.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of 7th slot FI versus 6. Is, while 7th slot FI is wrong, I'm neither the greatest nor the worst thing in history. At least it's clear.
6 slot is definitely interesting.
Whereas your 6 slot with NI front stack is so lost. It's like, I don't know how I feel. Do people feel things about themselves?
I know.
Is that even possible?
Oh, God.
But I know things objectively. You're asking me subjective questions. I don't know what to do.
Right. Like, I think that I give good relationship advice.
To everybody but yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To yourself, you say, but Eric and I are really meant to be together? No. It's obvious to every single person on the planet except for you.
I'm so frustrated.
After all, remember, Rachel, I already declared in the song, you can't stand any other guys.
It's true.
You can barely stand me.
Oh, that's not true.
That's just a joke, Rachel. You stand me pretty damn well. Does that deal with the typing discount still stand? I mean, I'm not typing people right now. I'm not typing people till I get into Mariposa. I'm just not doing it. Once I get to Mariposa, the price is going to be $100 per typing. If, for whatever reason, I like you or feel like typing you, then maybe I'll type you for free or at a discount or whatever, But officially the price is $100. But I'm Eric, so it depends. It's like, if I want to type you, then you don't have to pay anything at all. Because after all, I want to type you. If I don't want to type you, which is almost everybody, then you have to pay $100 because it's work. But CJ gets to be typed for free because I want to put an end to
Yes.
his ridiculous
God.
fucking
Seriously.
what type of my shit. I want to put a full scale end to that. I'm almost willing to type him before we go to Mariposa just so I can stop that shit. Because like, oh God, CJ, I do not want to hear another single chat about what type you are at all. I will just type you for free ASAP and we'll resolve this matter because you love speculating about your type so much.
Yes. It's so true.
Well, none of us know, Andre. None of us know for sure what type CJ is because
No, we
why?
don't know.
Because he never wanted to be typed by me because he wanted to continue to speculate indefinitely about what possible type you might
Yes.
be. He prefers that to learn the answer. So that's why I will type him for free. I would even type him like tonight for free because I'm so sick of that.
He's been every type, like, he's been every type.
That fucker said he might be an INTJ. Oh my god.
He thought it was ISTJ.
He thought he might be an ISTJ.
Oh my god.
No, he didn't think any of these things. He just throws out speculative things because he likes to start discussions about his own type. Like, the idea that CJ is FE polar? Only an INTJ or an ISTJ could possibly think that CJ is FE polar. The only people who could ever possibly dream of him being FE polar are people who are themselves FE polar.
And I get why he thinks that he's FI because he has attachments to, like...
He's so bipolar,
Yeah.
he thinks that caring about being correct is a feeling. I'm pretty convinced the guy's an ANTP, but we'll find out if I type his ass. We'll find out in no uncertain terms then. I mean, typology isn't a science, that's true. But when I do it, it's pretty damn close. And Becky T, if you were to be typed by me, I would eliminate from you any illusions that you might be multiple types or some shit like that. You are exclusively one type, and I am the best person in the world in determining what that is. I'm not always right, and you know, an hour's sometimes not enough time for me to get it right. Sometimes it's too much time. It's like I can get an ISFP in like fucking 5 minutes. It's so quick and easy to get down. Or ISTP, you know. All I gotta do, it's easy to nail any polar, and then all you gotta do is ask some TI questions and figure out ISFP or ISTP. I typed you already? What did I type you as? And when did I type you? Because there was a time when I wasn't as good at it, right? I used to be wrong more often than I am now. What type did I type you as? If it was just last year, then almost for sure that's what type you are. Well, that's what type you are then, Becky. If I typed you ESFP a year ago, you are an ESFP. Because a year ago, I knew what I was doing enough to be sure about something like that. But because you're an ESFP, you don't believe fundamentally that a map-like typology can correctly describe you. You feel as though your individuality is not containable by maps like that. It's implicit to being an ESFP. So it's very rare you find an ESFP who embraces their type and stays interested in typology in a way that's serious. Like Amy is the poster child for brilliant ESFP because she corrected me about her type. I thought she was an ENTJ. She corrected me and proved to me that she was an ESFP. And she's the only person I can think of who periodically corrects me when I'm wrong about typing somebody. She's an ESFP. But most ESFPs, they don't like typology because it's saying this TI shit that I can't possibly understand, plus NI, which is fourth thought for me, is containing the entirety of who I am. Well, fuck that noise. I'm an ESFP. You can't contain me with your maps and words and shit like that, right? That's implicit to who you guys are. So, it makes you great at certain things and terrible at other things. Like, I love my ESFP reeler. He's, of the 3 realtors we have, he's the one that, as far as I'm concerned, is my realtor. Like, if I ever have any other real estate dealings in the future, which I probably won't, but if I do, he's my guy, David. The ENFJ realtor we got, Dean, he's fine if you're into really nice people who are super well dressed and look super preppy and shit like that. I mean, he's great for certain people, I'm sure, but his shit doesn't work on me. But I like him, but he's whatever. And then our other realtor is an ESTJ, Janet. She's fine. Like all ESTJs, she sometimes misses the point of conversations. Like when she called me and said, well, I need to talk to this, I'm waiting to talk to my broker guy, Ron. I need to get his advice about stuff. I said, well, what's your problem? I said, well, I'm trying to figure out this. And then she started to try to tell me a bunch of financial advice. Look, I don't want you to be my broker. I want you to be okay with the fact that you have to wait until I talk to my broker who gives me financial advice. The fact that that's a reality is not an instruction to you to replace my broker and give me financial advice right now on the phone. Right? But that's ESTJ move. It's classic ESTJ move. They want to solve the problem right now. The problem, though, is you have to wait. Oh, I don't have to wait. I'll give you all the financial advice you need. Just tell me all your financial specifics. I don't want to tell you all that stuff, lady. You're not my financial advisor. You're my realtor. You're going to have to wait. I'm sorry. But that's the only thing that you're going to get out of this conversation, is that you have to wait for me to talk to somebody else about these financial issues. It's like Jeffrey's mom. What you're asking me is impossible, Jeffrey's mom. But just do it anyway. I just told you I cannot pull that many scarves out of my sleeves. It's impossible. I don't have that many scarves. Just do it anyway. You are not listening to me at all. You want me to pull 1,000 scarves out of my sleeve. I have maybe 2 scarves. And I'm not going to go buy 998 more scarves. So you're just going to have to accept, ESTJ Tiger Mom, that in fact, it's impossible for me to do the thing you are telling me to do right now. But just do it anyway. Jeffrey's mom, you need to listen to me though, and hear my words. Hear the NI truth of them, even though you're NI polar. I cannot teach your child in advance how to draw a picture in class on Monday when you don't even know what it's going to be a picture of. And when I'm a terrible drawer. What would make you think that I'm going to be able to help him with this? Just do it anyway. You can do it. Do what? Teach him how to draw this picture in class. Okay, well, what's it a picture of? We don't know. What exactly are you hiring me to do here? You know, just teach him how to draw a picture on Monday in class of something that you don't know what it is yet. But don't worry, he'll find out on Monday what he has to draw a picture of. Okay, well, fine. I'll do my job. Jeffrey, what I want you to do, pick up a pencil right now. Go like this. That's your first line. Now, reflect upon it. Isn't it beautiful? You drew that line. It's kind of a curve. What a great line that was. Now, imagine it's Monday, and instead of just drawing a line like that, you're told what to draw. Let's say it's a hat. Okay, so remember that line you just drew? On Monday, if you find out you're supposed to draw a hat, instead of drawing a line like that, what I want you to do, this is the secret, draw a hat instead. That'll be $50, please. Well, you are the one who insisted on hiring me to teach your child to draw something on Monday and doesn't even know what it is. Even though I've informed you, I said, hey, listen, Jeffrey's mom, I'm a terrible drawer. So if you want to get somebody to teach Jeffrey to draw, you need to find somebody else, because you might as well try to get me to teach him to menstruate. I'm terrible at that. I can't do it at all. The closest I get is when I have a sharp poop and I get blood on my toilet paper. Because the sharpness of the poop cut my butthole a little bit. That's the closest I get to menstruation. Hey, listen, Mr. Bobby. There are lots of things and reasons why you might want to condemn spoiled rich brats who inherited all their money from hardworking ancestors. Plenty good reasons. But I will tell you one thing that it does allow. If you get that person with the right a bunch of other things, you have the perfect president. The perfect president has to be coddled because they have to go into the presidency still believing that being right is what matters. And the only way you can believe that at 51 is if you're coddled as fuck. Otherwise, you're not going to believe it matters anymore. But for me, being right, being correct, legitimate, is the only thing that matters. Why? Because my rich parents made sure that I couldn't fall very far when my insistence on being correct gets me fired or something. You know, I was right at my job. My boss was wrong and fucked up, and I insisted on shoving that in her face, and she fired me and made up bullshit to breach contract in the process. And I had a lot of people saying, just go along with your boss just so you don't lose your job. I was like, I absolutely will not do that. I will get fired, and then I will say, Dad, please give me a lot of money. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I did. Because that boss was dealing with an employee who she didn't have any real power over, because I didn't really need her money. And boy, did she learn very quickly what happens when you break law number 1. Don't fuck with Eric. I called the cops on her. I said, you need to arrest her because she recorded me without my permission. Broke wiretapping laws. They wouldn't arrest her. Fucking sheriffs. I didn't really care that she recorded me without my permission. That's fine. You can record me anytime. You can, anytime I'm out in the world or whatever, anytime, even if I'm at home, as long as we're not like having sex or something, anybody can come film me, record me, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Because you know why? When the camera's off, I'm not secretly saying shitty ass stuff that I wouldn't want people to hear, right? I'm the same guy. Camera on or off all the time. So you film the fuck out of me, I don't give a fuck. But if you fucked with Eric, and you made any tiny little mistake that I can turn into a crime, which I did, then I can legitimately call you a criminal publicly without slandering you, which I did. I mean, many, many times. Guys, okay. If you're arguing about Christianity, let me just lay it out here for you. All you need to know about Christianity is this. Forgiveness is the paramount virtue, because it's the only possible paramount virtue, because it's the only virtue that transcends justice, right? Justice is the ultimate good in the world. So the only possible, conceivable, proactive value that could be preferable to justice is forgiveness, logically. Okay? This is logically necessary for any moral reasoning. If you believe in a religion that does not prioritize forgiveness as the paramount value, your religion is wrong. Now look, I'm a lot more into justice than I am into forgiveness, but that's just because I'm a bad Christian. It's not because Christianity is wrong. Now all that other shit in the Bible, just toss it right out the window, okay? All you need to know about Christianity is this: that Christ represents a perfect human being who never sinned and was nevertheless crucified for being right. And instead of being shitty like I would have been and cursing every one of those people and all of their descendants for the rest of history, he's like, I forgive you all. And that's what makes him Christ and me just a regular person. And then you could also, if you want to get into that shit, you'd be like, and he rose from the dead. That's just irrelevant, right? The only thing you need to know about Christianity is this: justice is required, forgiveness is optimal. That's all you need to know. And hell is exactly the same as how you feel every time you do something wrong. You know, evil is its own reward, right?
Yeah.
Every time you fuck up, you hate yourself. Unless you're a sociopath. Forgiveness is the greatest thing Christianity has to offer us, because we can pray to God and say, God, I fucked up again. I'm so sorry. Will you please forgive me? And God's like, I didn't expect you to not fuck up, Eric. You fuck up constantly, so it's no surprise to me. Yes, you're forgiven, since you're genuinely sorry about it and repenting and asking for forgiveness humbly. You are forgiven. And I can go about my business and not just continually. I still beat myself up over it, but less than if I didn't get forgiven by God. If God was like me, boy, I would be so judged all the time. If God and Christ were like me, I'd never be able to get up off of the ground. They'd just be beating me over the head with my failures constantly. Fortunately, God and Christ are not like me. The thing is, I'm only like that if you're trying to prevent me from getting my Adderall. Then I'm like that. Because you made a terrible, terrible mistake. You've gotten between Eric and his drugs. Eric doesn't like that. When I want my drugs, I want them 5 minutes ago. Not whenever, you know? Eric equals God and Rachel equals Christ. I am definitely not God. Rachel may very well be Christ. But
No.
I am, I think, God's most hilarious joke. You know, that's what I am. I'm God's most hilarious joke. Hey, let's do this. Let's make this guy, like, super smart, right? And incredibly incompetent at everything that matters, okay? And a drug addict, but so coddled that he never experiences any consequences from it. Let's make him a drunk for decades, have him drive drunk for decades, and never get a DUI. Then, decades after he's done smoking meth for years, let's knock out his teeth for fun. So that anybody who saw this guy walking down in the hotel lobby in his clothes he hasn't changed for a week, with no teeth, talking like Tiffany, would think, what the fuck is this hobo doing in this hotel? And then, everybody tries to talk to me, they discover I'm perfectly normal and nice. What happened to my teeth? Well, this one, I just lost. I believe it was this morning, maybe yesterday, right? When I was trying to open a container of creamer. It had a little lid on the thing. I pulled this way. I pulled with my finger this way. I pulled this one. I could not pull this fucking thing out. And I said, I tried pulling with my teeth. No, my tooth just came right off. But the thing on the creamer did not budge. And then I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my key to just stab right through this thing, and then I'll be able to pull it off no problem. Too bad I didn't think about that before I lost my tooth. Oh well, that's 6-slot TE for ya. How many fucking antacids do I need to eat before I stop feeling stomach acidity? I've already had 4 of them. I still feel stomach acidity. I'm gonna eat 2 more. I hate that stomach acidity.
That's not. Are you hungry?
Not even a little bit, but I should probably eat something. There's a lot of places over there. Like, I was looking out the window by the elevator and I saw there's a place called Pieology, which I believe is a pizza place across the street. There's a place called, I knew it. Like, as I was looking at it, I'm like, remember these things so you could tell Rachel what the choices are. I knew I wasn't going to remember them. And I was right. There's at least 2 other places besides Pieology that you can see from the window by the elevator, the names of which I have forgotten.
That's alright. Honestly, I'm not very hungry myself either. Although,
We can blame the other places, really, for not having as memorable a name as Pieology.
yeah.
And it's not my fault I don't remember their name, because their name's not as good as Pieology. If they were named something like Splendiferous Food, I would remember that.
Yeah.
That probably isn't like Brian's sandwiches or something. I'm never gonna remember that. Brian's sandwiches. That's not a good name for a restaurant. I don't care how many sandwiches you make, Brian. You shouldn't call your restaurant Brian's Sandwiches. It's not a false name. I'm not going to accuse you of lying in your restaurant name. You're Brian. You sell sandwiches at your restaurant. So your name is true. And I give you full credit for that. But I'm still going to say you needed to consult somebody else when it came to naming your restaurant. You should never have named it Brian's Sandwiches. And the reason is because I'm never going to remember your restaurant name if you're right next door to Pieology.
Yeah, that's a great name. Biology.
Pieology is a great name. Brian's Sandwiches, it's like the first word ends with S, the second word begins with S. Is it Brian's Sandwiches? Is it Brian's Sandwiches? Hard to tell just from hearing it, you know. It could be Brian Sandwich. Maybe his name is Brian Sandwich. That's why he opened a sandwich shop. Even more reason not to name his restaurant Brian Sandwiches, because his name itself is Brian Sandwich. And his middle name is Makes.
Brian makes sandwiches.
No, his last name's just Sandwich. Brian makes a sandwich. That's his full name.
No.
The third. His
Just because
father and grandfather were also named that.
do
Go
you
ahead.
think, like, I don't want you to go to bed hungry.
Okay. That's very nice of you. Well, what are you saying? I don't
Like, I
understand.
don't know. I just want to make sure that.
Are you telling me to go eat something?
Well, I don't.
Or should I go get us food? Or what are you trying
I'm
to
not
say?
hungry. See, I'm not hungry. I took my medicine
Then
already.
go to
so-
sleep then.
Okay, so
If you don't worry about me, okay?
Okay.
But you seem to have forgotten that I'm the most selfish person in the world. If I'm hungry, I'm gonna tell her that you're gonna miss a phone right now.
It's true.
I don't care if you're open. Open right now and make me phone. No, darling, I will never let myself
Okay.
go hungry.
Okay.
You don't need to worry about that.
Sorry.
Another thing you don't need to worry about is me failing to smoke cigarettes.
Do you still have any left?
I do.
Oh, that's good.
Because that partial pack I had backup.
Oh.
I had backup for it. I had a full unopened pack in my backpack.
Wow, that's great.
So, I have plenty of cigarettes.
All right.
Things you don't need to worry about. Eric feeding himself, he will do that, no problem. Eric smoking cigarettes when he wants to, he will do that. Eric going to the car to pull bomb rips, sounding like a really good idea right now. He will do that as well. things you do need to worry about. Will Eric pee before he really, really has to pee?
Mm.
Probably not. On a good day, yes. On a bad day, he'll hold it till the last minute. Those are things I'm not that good at. Will Eric just poop when it's time to poop and not let it go back up inside? Most of the time, but sometimes I don't, and it goes back up inside, and then I'm just like, oh no. Now who knows when it's gonna come out
I
again?
know.
Could be days now.
It's true.
It's like, it's such a terrible customer, you know. You will serve me right now, or I'm going to stand around your restaurant for 2 days and complain. That's what a poop is like, right?
I try to go when I have to go.
Right. If your poop is saying, I'm ready to come out now, you should just go straight to the bathroom and let it come out. If you don't, it turns into that customer who just mills around your restaurant for 2 days complaining about the fact that you didn't serve it fast enough. It's not worth it.
No, it's
Just
not.
poop when it's time to poop. And even if you're in the middle of a hilarious story, just stop you in the middle of the story and just go poop.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Even though you don't want it.
Everyone will understand
Yeah.
too.
Otherwise,
They don't have to know.
you could just be 5 seconds too late.
Oh, that's such a mess.
And
Oh
it's
my
gone from
goodness.
just about to fall out of your butt
Oh.
to all the way back up
Oh.
inside.
Oh no.
And
Oh,
God knows
no.
when it's going to come out again.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If you're just 5 seconds too late. So you got to really be careful about poops. They're powerful enemies. They're powerful friends when you have a good poop, you know, and it's like one big poop and you wipe and it's like there's nothing there. It's like, wow. There must have been some poop on my butthole. You put that one, you wipe again, still nothing? I'm sorry. I'm going to wipe a third time because I just find it impossible to believe. Not even a little bit of brown at all. That whole poop came out of my butthole and left not one even shred of poop on my butthole. That's a fantastic poop. And all one piece. And I sat down and just all right out into the toilet. That's a great moment when that happens. You're just like, why can't all poops be like you? You're a stark minority of poops, mister. Most poops, it's like, okay, there's like 2 little poops, but the main act is still coming like in an hour, hopefully. Or like those poops where instead of being one big poop, they decided to break it into 50 little poops.
Yeah.
Okay, why? Can't you guys just combine yourselves inside of me into one poop?
I don't know.
Who knows why? Alright, it's like, fine. It's like somehow I put a bunch of anal beads up my butt or something. And by the poops come out, But those aren't the worst poops. The worst ones are the soft ones,
Mm-hmm.
where you wipe and it's like the whole white, the whole
Oh my
paper, the whole
God,
toilet
I
paper is
know.
brown, and you gotta wipe like all down the side of your leg practically. You got poop everywhere. It's like wipe. You use a half a roll of toilet paper.
Oh my
You're still
God.
getting just as much poop on it as the first wipe. Like, how could I possibly have gotten so much poop on everything? I got poop on my
Oh
butthole,
my God.
both of my cheeks, on my nuts. I got poop on my ankles somehow. What's going on here?
Goodness. Oh, that's rich.
How many farts you have in a day? Which percentage of them do you enjoy smelling? Well, I don't make a point of smelling my farts really. Like, I don't necessarily avoid smelling them either. But I guess I'm just not paying much attention to their smell unless they command attention. Like, ooh, whatever I ate, my next poop is gonna clear the room because that smells like dead possum. And I know that it's just the scout. That's just the scout. The whole army's still in my butt. In that case, I tell Rachel, no, this time you do not want to come to the bathroom with me. Believe me. Because this poop, this is not a family-friendly poop, okay? This is rated NC-17. It's poop. No noses under 17 are allowed to smell this poop. It's possumy in here. Yeah, well, sometimes that's the correct sentence to say about my butt. When I've either eaten something weird or whatever, something has settled with my stomach, that's when inside of my butt begins to smell like a dead possum.
No! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no.
Those are the poops I save you from, Rachel.
Thank you.
Because I know. The thing is, what's weird is when I do poop, it turns out that what I poop out is an actual dead possum. Like, how the fuck did that get up there?
Yeah, really.
And did it die after it got in there? Or did it climb in there when it was already dead? Can dead possums still climb in your butt on their own volition? It might be one of their powers.
It could be.
They play dead a lot, you know?
They do play dead.
So maybe when they're dead, that means they can play alive.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It does make sense.
That would explain why dead possums keep climbing into my butthole. Sort of explain it anyway. I'm not quite sure why they like my butthole so much. But, well, I guess I do know why. I'm a pretty special guy.
Yeah.
If you were a dead possum, wouldn't you pick my butthole?
Yeah.
I think you would, yeah. So, anyway, I'm going to put bar ups in the car now, Rachel.
Okay.
And I'm going to guess that rather than go with me, you prefer to stay right here.
Yeah, actually. Which is
Even though normally you
yeah,
want to go pull
normally,
barn rest,
absolutely.
but right now I'm reading you as comfortable where you are. I think I read you correctly this time, too.
You did.
About half the time I read Rachel correctly. The other half the time I'm completely wrong. But, you know, we pretend those instances don't occur. That way I get to be right all the time.
You are right, plenty.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're the best.
I love you.
I know, that's what makes you the best.
Mm.
I love you too. But, anybody could do that. Anybody could love Rachel. That's easy. What makes you the best is that you love me. That's why you're the best. Now, what I need is my phone. And I'll tell you why. I need my phone. It's because if I'm going to go to the car and pull barn rest, I'm probably also going to want to make a video in the car. Because, as we all know, when Eric is somewhere doing something, explanations are required.
Mm.
And my explanations are so important that I need to film them all. So I'll have to go smoke pot and explain things in the car after I pee.
Carmen's Pim says, I wish I had enough self-control to stop eating cheese. I say go ahead and eat your cheese if you enjoy it. Don Kainos, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, says, I've been told I was gifted all my life, but I'm starting to realize that I'm really not all that smart and I can barely function. I was praised for my creativity, but now on antipsychotics it's gone. Yeah, sometimes if you're not on the right antipsychotic, it can absolutely drain creativity. I'm sure your ideas were better than you think. At least you had ideas. Some people don't even try.
Some people are any polar.
Some people are any polar, yeah. What's going on?
Don kind of needs to remember is this. People only praise you for being smart until they realize you're smarter than them. Then all of a sudden you're a problem. You're no longer someone to praise, you're a problem, right? Because they're spewing bullshit and you're not buying it.
Yeah. What is going on between Fly Guy and what's going on?
Between Fly Guy and him.
Mr. Bobby, I'm not really
Oh,
sure.
well, Bobby loves to get in fights with everybody. Fly Guy should know better than to actually get in a fight with him. Everybody should know better than that by now. Bobby loves to get into fights with people. Don't even bother getting into a fight with him. It's a waste of time. Okay? The only thing that you're arguing with, Fly Guy, is yourself. You're saying, I want to satisfy Bobby's urge for conflict, thus I'm doing so. That's a perfectly good reason to fight with Bobby. If you don't want to satisfy Bobby's urge for conflict, then there's absolutely no reason to have any argument with him, because the only thing he's doing is trying to create conflict. So just, if that's what you want to do, if you're like, oh, I feel like satisfying his urge for conflict, then great, Fly Guy, you're doing a great job of that. If you're not doing that, then what the fuck are you arguing with him for? You're not like you have any good arguments. When I really call him out and say all the true things about him, like he left for like 4 months or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm gonna go to the car and smoke weed.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a bottle of water with it too. In case I need to put water in the bottle.
Kara says anime is the best religion.
Anime is the best what?
Religion. I'm not sure if it's.
I'm pretty sure it's not a religion.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Very much like the Bible. The Bible has almost nothing to do with religion. Similarly, anime has almost nothing to do with religion.
They have like magical nuns and stuff. See, Dawn, it's interesting because I feel like like there are ways of setting up people to fail, and then when they do, they feel bad about it. And the truth is that like like you are special and you are talented and you are still creative. Those are still parts of you. They haven't gone away totally. They're just like on hiatus, if you know what I mean. Like Miss Fortune says that's a yucky feeling. You must have to resign to thinking that you are a human and you matter anyways, and everything had to happen for you to get here specifically is outrageous. You are you. Yeah. And Don, also a lot of people use amphetamines to function. It's like, yes, misfortune, you're on the nose. I was told I would do amazing things, and I do nothing but mother, which is good, but I wanted to save the world. Either it will come or it won't. And I still have to let me, exactly. Right. Don says, my doctor just won't give me any, and I could benefit from stimulus. So, it's difficult. I've been in your situation, Don. Can't switch doctors because I'm 19 without a reliable source of income, and it's still largely dependent on my family. I've been there. It's a sticky situation, Don. Stop drugs. What the heck is that, Becky T? I mean, I don't know. See, like, I need medication to stabilize my brain. So, no, I don't really think that only Jesus is the answer. I mean, looking to Jesus as like a guideline on how to be kind is important. But, like, I need medication. Oops. I'm coming down from my mushroom trip right now. I cannot believe how early it is, and I feel like it's so much later. I feel like such an old lady. Oh, Boba Fett. What are you starting? Are you stirring the pot, Boba Fett? Jesus is a great role model. I think that in terms of like tolerance and acceptance and kindness, like Jesus is a great example. It's true, Becky T. Everyone uses medications because even if you're taking it over the counter, like Tylenol or something, you're still using a medication. No, Don, please. I'm glad you're venting your story. It's not easy. It is not easy out there. And taking medications, especially antipsychotics, it's like you could be on the wrong medication for a long time. And just because it's like stabilizing you. But you could have negative side effects, like it could flatline your emotions or your passions. And because it's flatlining those things, you're not feeling yourself. And when you don't feel yourself, it's like, well, why am I taking all these drugs? And if you're in a system where yeah, you definitely have support, Don. It's funny, I take Prozac in combination with, um, well, it's generic version of Prozac. But I definitely need it because I take Zyprexa as well, and Zyprexa can make people depressed. So in combination with the Prozac, Don Kinos, I'm sorry, I really don't mean to butcher your last name. Love is something I want to experience, but it's frustrating. The only time I felt truly in love was when I was on Dexedrine. Don says, I also want to feel connected to other people and feel as if I truly cared about them. That's important to feel. You should feel those things. I don't mean, it does sound like you might not be on the right medication. I was on, when I took, it's the best medicine you've been on yet. Wow. So it's the best medicine you've been on yet, but it still causes you to feel, um, well, what does it make you feel? Just numb, yeah, numb. But sometimes that's not good either, you know? I I was on medication for a while for bipolar, and I can absolutely say that it made me feel numb, and it was it was not good. Like you said, I wasn't engaging with people in a way that I cared. Like I didn't even want to go out with my friends. I think it's important to care about other people, but I'm Effie Tool, right? So I'm gonna say that. But I do think it's important to care about other people because the energy that we put out to others usually comes back to ourselves. Maybe not right away, but I do believe that the caring doesn't go to waste. That's interesting, Don. So Don says, I think antipsychotics in general just don't vibe with my brain. I feel as if I rely on dopamine more than most. So anything that affects dopamine is going to have a more profound effect on me than most. That's interesting because Eric is, I believe, he gains benefits from dopamine. I think I'm a serotonin person. People are adorable, AF. Mrs. Mom says, from an experiment, we also know that oxytocin is naturally released in the brain after 20-second hug from a partner, sealing the bond between huggers and triggering the brain's trust circuits. Luann Rhizidine, the female brain. Hugging trees are good. I'm all for hugging trees. Or even just touching them, you know? Like you get this like, wow, you've been here for so long. And you grow and you go through changes. Carrot says I got oxytocin when I hug plushies. I feel that, man. Misfortune says I was made fun of for hugging trees when I was little. LOL, didn't stop me though. That's good. Hey was his name. We are just talking about hugging trees and oxytocin. What it releases for us, like right now, being under covers and stuff makes me feel oxytocin, I think. No, I don't think Boba Fett. I think Boba Fett is right. You wanted to be in Neverland drinking Jesus juice? No. It is a lot of FE. I don't even know. What are we talking about again? Hugging trees. Yeah, I guess it would be FE because you're caring about something other than yourself, outside of yourself. Becky T says, I want to hold and throw water balloons in the summer. That is fun. That is a fun activity and it's harmless. Well, you saw frozen water balloons today? That's dangerous. No, Eric is pulling bong rips and going for a smoke break. He'll be back. Yeah. He's making videos in his car too. Becky T says connection is an issue nowadays with technology and the way communities are designed. It's interesting. Do you think that people are less connected now? Or like what are the connection issues? And how do they affect the community? Yeah, Don, I feel you, man. I remember when I was psychotic, I felt very physical, almost like a drug. I was sweating and sometimes shaking profusely at times. Yeah, I could definitely relate to that. See, but that stuff scares me. Like, I don't like who I am when I'm in those states of mind. It's like, it's very. I end up regretting, when I'm in a manic phase, I end up regretting what it is that I said a lot of times because I'm not in the right state of mind. Becky T says connection issues like understanding, empathy, helping, and spending time with each other, love, etc. You know, Don, you definitely have similar brain chemistry to Eric. Post room trip, I felt like I was very connected to people. Eric feels very connected to people after post-shroom trips too. It's one of the things that he likes about shrooms. Is that like the next day after taking them, you still feel that like you still have like, you realize the things that you've been worrying about don't really matter. Yeah, the afterglow, exactly, Dawn. I don't think, no, there would not be a soul connection between Eric and a younger Hitler, no matter if there were shrooms or not. That's interesting. Don says, I've heard from the Duncan Trussell that those who've reached elevated states of mind can induce a euphoric feeling in those around them. Oh. I mean, that's probably true, but you want to be healthy. Yeah, Mr. Bobby, I'm laughing my ass off. Oh, okay. Just by speaking. So would you be speaking like, because aren't people mostly like moved by things like euphoria and like positive messages mostly? I mean, Hitler, if we're going that way, like he even was so popular because he I'm not even gonna go there. Ruben R says Duncan has a lot of nice thoughts, but I find most of it completely unsubstantial. Wait, I can't say that word, but I think it's also frame bias, and he's maybe NEFI or FINE. Yeah, Master Bobby, I'm just not even gonna go there. What up, show media? Took my medications like about an hour ago. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. What a movie to bring up, Carrot. Like, that movie will always be tainted for me because it's where Brad Pitt met Angelina Jolie. I will always think of that movie as the movie where Brad Pitt met Angelina Jolie. And then like basically cheated. I think oh yeah, I think if it wasn't physical cheating, he definitely emotionally cheated on Jen. I'm not sure if he physically cheated on her, but it was not looking good. It did not look good it was not a good look on Brad's part. But I think he's done a lot of like redemption stuff, you know. No, that's not true. Show media. I think they were both rabbits. No, yeah, I think. Oh, Jen is monkey. Monkey and rabbit. Jen is monkey and Brad is um rabbit. And Jen is rooster. Oh, because of her birthday. Jen is a rooster? Because her birthday is in February? Oh, she's a rooster. No wonder I don't really like her. Rats and roosters do not get along. Yeah, Angelina and Brett are opposite sun signs, yes. Yeah, but they're high maintenance, show media. They're hot, maybe. So, like, Rooster, J-Lo, right? She's a hot woman, but she's high maintenance as hell. Roosters and rats do not get along. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so blunt, but roosters and rats have very different. But I also have, I think I feel like this because I also have, yeah, Brad Pitt is Sagittarius and Angelina is a Gemini. It makes sense why they were like drawn to each other. I looked at their synastry and Geminis are your poison, Cami 9. Paris Hilton is a rooster too. See, these are like people I just do not like. I do not like J-Lo. I do not like Paris Hilton. They're very showy, roosters. Roosters are very showy. Britney Spears again. Yeah, like J-Lo is narcissistic. She's been so damaged by her lack of NI. That's good, Don. That guitar brings up your dopamine levels. It's good to have something to get you to that place of chemical happiness. Yeah, that's true too. You need more dopamine levels to actually play guitar. That's funny. So the day that I was born, you're right, Play Guy. The day is more important. So I was actually born on a rabbit day. So no wonder I don't like roosters. It's the opposite. Yep, I was born on a rabbit day. Yeah. Someone read my. I had someone. Yes, rabbits and roosters are opposite. They fight. There's a website called like yourfortunechinese.com or something, and yeah, Bazzi calculator, Bazzi. Hold on, let me see if I can find the. You can also look up Chinese birth chart and no. Here we go. I found it. The Chinese fortune calendar is really good. It shows you the hour, the day, and the year. Dragons and rats get along really well. They're in the same triad. Dragon, monkey, and rat are in the same triad. They get along really well. Is that Carmel, New York? Vincent Vaughn? I know Carmel, New York very well. Not Carmel by the sea. Cammy 9, what moon do you have? Oh, Pisces. I have a Pisces, Venus, and Mars, so our feelings and the way that we fight matches with your. Do you love? I love air too. I like the air signs as well. I always have. I would even say I have like a jealousy of fire signs because fire signs go after what they want. And they get it. The air signs are so intellectual. Their brains are very attractive. That's funny, Carrie, that you get jealous of fire signs too. Yeah, because like that's what I mean is like just like oh, Carrot, I have a Sagittarius moon too. It keeps you positive. Nice double fire. Keeping that action going. Exactly, Rubenar. You have that exactly right with fire signs. Yes, you're right, Karma's Pimped. Air signs can be very airheaded. Yes, you are right. Like, I had a Gemini best friend in like high school, well, like junior high, elementary school, junior high, and they were known like the twins Gemini. They were Geminis and they were twins, and they one of their quirks was being airheaded. Air signs can be I'm a Capricorn, Cammy 9. See, like, whoever, like, made up the zodiacs, just, thanks, Cammy 9. I think Capricorns are pretty cool, too. We get a bad rep, like, Capricorns, because, like, they're, rulers, planet rulers, Saturn. It's like, they get a bad rep. Geminis stir the pot. They like to be in the middle of the chaos. They like to play head games and stuff. Geminis. Yeah, Trump is a Gemini. Trump is also a 4 life path, and I'm a 4 life path, and I'm like nothing like Trump. So it's like, what the hell? Like, what does all these like labels mean? They don't mean anything because they're like who made up the zodiacs? Like, was it a person who was a Sagittarius who is a fire sign and is like, fire signs are great and courageous, and earth signs are slow and they're methodical? What huge differences! That is a huge difference. That's a huge difference. Who wouldn't want to be a fire sign after that kind of description? Of course you would rather be a fire sign, excitable, I'm a Sagittarius moon. Oh, Fly Guy, Delilah Strauss, Eric's daughter, is a tiger too. And also, like, who wouldn't want to be an air sign? Like, it's just, like, so fucked up. Like, why do water signs have to be moody and brooding and drug addicts? Like, what the fuck? Who came up with these rules? That is so biased. That is so one way. Like, water versus fire, like, of course, it just, like, so sucks. Horoscopes suck. They're not real. You cannot rely on astrology to guide your life. I'm sorry, but you cannot. Well, I mean, that's good, Carrot, but I mean, I don't think that you would have been a drug addict. I mean, apparently Scorpios are the highest rated, like, most common, like, killers. Yeah, no, who knows? It's true. But, like, I just, it's so prescriptive, right? Like, you get a birth chart and it'll tell you what these angles and combinations of planets mean, but it's not ever fair. It's like, if you have a square with Saturn, you're like doomed to be like pessimistic for the rest of your life. Like, I don't know. I don't know. So, do we think that water signs are mostly addicts? Like, that's just ridiculous. It's so not true. like every sign is a drug addict. You're gonna find a drug addict in every sign. It's not as simple as astrology. Exactly, Dawn. It's not. You can't. Yeah, Mr. Bobby, I don't like the generalizations. It's just like it's not fair that air signs and fire signs have a lot more positive traits than earth signs and water signs. Like earth signs are like known to be, like I said, slow, methodical, like a little stuck in their ways maybe. Sure, like they're earth signs, so they're connected to the earth, right? But like well, Scorpio, so Kamian says I have Scorp Mars in the 8th house, which is supposedly gnarly. So Scorpio in the 8th house um is its natural place to be. So actually, like when you fight, so your Scorpio Mars, when it's upset, it's probably for good reason. Hey, C.G. O'Connell. Thanks. Merry belated Christmas to you too. Right. Thank you, Rubinar. I know an INFP girl who was born in the same hospital as me within a 2-hour span as me. We get along, but very different. How does astrology reconcile that? Exactly. Two hours makes a difference with, especially your ascendant sign, but, and like maybe the angles. But the thing is that there are twins who are born on the same time and with like very minimal with minutes, and they're totally different. So it's just, I don't think that astrology is a good metric on personality. I just don't. It's just not. It's so, you see, and your mom could get your birth data wrong, so you get your birth data from your mom, you go and you research, you believe all these things right away, and then oops, I actually got it wrong, so you're not this kind of person. So like, what is true? I was friends with twins who were totally different. I mean, they fought all the time because they were so different. but they're so close at the same time. Like they always had this, you know, like the twin ESP. Like they would know when each other was like lonely or hurting or missing each other. They felt that like inside, but they were so different that, like I said, like being together for a long time, like they shared a room together when we were growing up, and just like the fighting, they fought a lot. And they were twins, and you know they have you know pretty similar birth charts, I would assume. Only minutes in between. So ascendant sign might be different, right? But they have the same moon, probably Mercury, Venus, Mars. The outer planets would be the same, of course. So it doesn't. It's just like Don says, simply wanting to be comfortable, and I spend all my effort on minimizing my suffering without actually achieving anything in life. Those are two things that are really hard to reconcile. Like, of course, when you put in effort to something, you want to see results. But, Don says, now I sort of compulsively try to escape from reality or keep myself entertained while longing for a more fulfilling life. If I get conflicted. Because there's that saying, like, no matter where you go, there you are. Like, no matter what situation you're in, you're gonna be who you are. I don't know. So, like, sometimes, like, when, like, I try to check myself, like, yeah, I try to check myself because, like, I'm even, like, when I freaked out over, like, the cleaning ladies being over and the painters being over, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, overstimulated. I was upset and was like, basically, like, I can't handle this anymore. But then I thought to myself, like, my attitude matters. It's just, life is so complicated, it's full of contradictions. And antipsychotics can make a person feel like numb uh, towards like wanting to do things. End of September, you would be a Libra. Karma's Pimp is an air sign. Carrot's right. Apple is always watching and listening. I wonder what Eric's making a video about. He's been gone for a bit. Yeah, at least you'll never feel lonely. C.J. O'Connell is absolutely right. Yeah, I kind of just stating the obvious here, but I think antipsychotics are something you should only take if you seriously need them. Yes, like I seriously need them. I need them to be stable. I'm like pro, because I go into mania if I don't take my medication, so. Right, Dawn, it's kind of like a vicious cycle. And like, have you been hospitalized? Hospitalization sucks. I mean, they will put you on any drugs just to shut you up, and like while they're trying to diagnose you or whatever, or take care of you. I don't even know. Carrot, you're right. Rising sign is how you appear to others. Yeah, exactly, Don. The diagnoses are often fast and sloppy. It's not. Yeah, hospitalization is. I've been hospitalized 4 times, I think, and it's just. I have anxiety even thinking about it. It is like prison, Mr. Bobby. It's very They put me. Don says they put me on Resperdone, which wasn't too bad, but then the treatment center, yeah, yes, okay, but then the treatment center put me on Invegna, which is Resperdone tablet after cervical didn't work. Yeah, that's the thing. When you go in the hospital, you could be on medication that worked for a long time, but then you get hospitalized and they try to re-medicate you. And it could really fuck you all up. You could be on the wrong medication because of their wrong diagnosis or whatever. Abilify is good. I took Abilify. Abilify is not great for everyone either, though, because I believe that Eric's dad was taking Abilify, and Abilify has a very high rate. Like one of the warnings is if you have thoughts of suicide, like Abilify can increase those thoughts. Don says it gave me severe insomnia and restlessness when first starting Abilify, but I faded. So then it, if you've been over the hump, then it could work for you. Don says, I just don't want whatever triggered my psychosis to occur again and make it worse. Yeah. Psychosis is scary. My last manic episode, I was dealing with psychosis, and like everything felt so real. It wasn't real. Like I was having a psychotic break, but when you're in the middle of it, it feels real, so you're worried about it and you react. Yeah, right, Don. So you can't. I totally understand what you're saying, but you're afraid that you'll get violent if you have psychosis because you're not in the right state of mind. That's why the right combination of drugs is really important. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah, psychiatrists getting the right psychiatrist is trial and error, like, and it could be so difficult. You really need someone, like, in a psychiatrist, you need someone who actually listens to you, not someone who looks at your chart and is like, oh, these are your problems. Like, what do you get from a chart? I'm telling you that I'm having these effects on my body. Like, you should listen to what I'm saying, not my chart. Psychologists are pretty good. I think that's also a trial and error thing, because you have to build trust. You want someone you can trust. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. My current psychiatrist thinks most cases of schizophrenia are actually anxiety and affective disorders with secondary psychosis? That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, a lot of them just prescribe meds. And a lot of them really do not want to hear your symptoms. They're very, I don't know. They can be very slow to listening to their patients. They want everything to be copacetic. They want everything to be fine. Oh, you're taking drugs. You should be feeling fine. Yes, well, these drugs are making me feel numb. So, and I don't like that feeling. Or these drugs are making me depressed. Like, I don't like that feeling. Can we do something different? Yeah, most doctors suck. Let's just be real. I know, because most doctors go to school and what they're taught is like a bunch of like TE style of teaching with repetition and routines and stuff, but going into the actual profession, I mean, yeah, you're probably right, Don. Your OCD and the voices probably do play off each other. And, feeling like you forget your English can be also a sign of a side effect of medications as well.
about my privacy. Just put whatever. Shut up already. You know?
What was it trying to tell you?
It was like, you want to allow maps to use your photos? Just shut up. Yes, just put everything wherever you want to give a fuck. I already told my phone that so many times. I try to tell Google, like, just yes to all of that. They keep asking me over and over again. They do not get the message that I don't want their special privacy things.
Yeah, they want to cover all the bases, I guess.
I hate privacy things. For me.
Yes.
I like them for other people who want them. I'm not objecting to you if you like them. But I'm not somebody who does like them.
Well, that's the whole thing. You can turn on and off, right? Privacy stuff. Or
Yeah, you can change it or whatever. But like, if I'm taking pictures with my phone of someplace, right, then Google should just go ahead. If they feel like using any of my photos for anything, they should just go ahead and use them. I don't give a fuck. I hereby consent to that. Go ahead, Google. Thank you. I feel flattered that you're using my phone for maps or whatever. Oh my God. Google's using my photo to show what a place looks like.
yeah, right. That's
I'm
what
so excited.
Yeah.
That's my item top actually. Google's using I just say that? That's how I feel about it.
Mr. Bobby, I want to answer your question. I'm just Mr. Bobby asked, does having a critical parent and I mean you become paranoid over trying to figure out what you did wrong to deserve a bad thing happen to you? That karma stuff. No, I'm usually like
I mean, it has nothing to do with cognitive functions, really. If something really bad happens to you, you've been traumatized, you're going to want to try to understand
yeah.
some kind of
Yeah,
frame
that
of
is
purpose or justification for something that has no such answer.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on the nature of the trauma, too. There's trauma that was act of God style trauma, which is one way to deal with, which is a lot easier to deal with than victimization trauma. That's the worst kind of trauma. When there's other human beings who are victimizing you. And if it happens to you when you're young, there's no, unfortunately, there's no salvation. What was that sound?
I don't know.
Was it a ghost?
It might have been a ghost.
Did somebody know? It sounded like from over here. Was there anybody there?
No, I wasn't. Although, it does sound like there's children, so like having like a sleepover.
Oh, that'd be great if we were unwilling participants in a game of knock knock ditch. I'd be happy about it personally.
Yeah, that's fine. They're having fun.
You know, I do like little kids when they're not mine. And I don't have to keep them for very long. Like, I like to see them in the elevator. I like to see them do cute things. I don't want to have to be in charge of them or anything, but
Yeah.
I do feel a delight when I see little kids being cute and stuff, you know, like,
Yeah.
like a lot of people do. I mean, who wouldn't have been just melted by this little boy saying to you, I'm going to Baskin Robbins, looking at me. I'm going to Baskin Robbins.
That's so cute.
It's so cute. You just have to be like, you are? That's fantastic. You just, what? Who wouldn't have their heart melted by that?
I know.
Especially since I was a cute little kid with his ears that stuck out.
Aww.
They're like Will Smith ears from before he had his whatever surgery.
Oh, he had surgery on them? No
Apparently,
way.
that's why they're not quite as much.
No freaking way.
But he had really good surgery, so they still stick out,
but
but not quite as much.
Oh my gosh. Actors and their subtlety with plastic surgeons. It's pretty incredible.
But the little boy hadn't had any Will Smith surgery. And it just looked adorable. It stuck out like it. And his clear extroversion, as he wanted to tell me things, even though I'm just standing there in the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, then he ended up getting yogurt instead. When they came back, yeah, he'd gone to frozen yogurt.
So he wanted...
He had it in his hand like a little treasure, right? Had a plastic lid on it. He hadn't eaten any of it yet, right? He was waiting to get back to the hotel room. His mom must have said, we can't eat it till we get back, or whatever. And he was clearly in a hurry to get back to the room. Oh, you know,
Eat it.
I said, you got back from Baskin Robbins! He was no longer interested in talking to me. No. He was interested in getting to the hotel and eating this yogurt. His mom said, actually, we went to yogurt. And then I think I said, congratulations. But he was in a hurry to get, he had one thing on his mind at that moment, which was, I am going to get this food to this hotel room so I'm allowed to start eating it, because I have been waiting all the way from the yogurt place, not allowed to eat it. I got it in my hands, but I've been forbidden a spoon.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a bad place to be in right there. It's like, okay, give me the part that I want already. I don't like this part. I have to wait. You're not allowed to have a spoon. This is the shitty part. What does this say? You look upset, Rachel. Somebody upsetting you?
Do I? No. No. I was thinking about Chinese astrology.
It's just like regular astrology,
Mm-hmm.
except they can't say they're ours. Or is it L's?
I just learned. It's so fascinating.
Do they get them backwards?
So I just learned that, like, Jennifer Aniston is a rooster, and
Jennifer Aniston is a rooster. Caw, caw. It's morning time. I'm screaming aloud. My name is Jennifer Aniston. I'm a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Jennifer Aniston, what do you say? I say cock-a-doodle-doo way because I'm a rooster. One of Jennifer Aniston's unreleased studio recordings. They decided not to release it because they said it was too good for the general public. These people won't be able to tolerate something this good. We gotta keep this out of the public sphere. People can explode from pleasure. Things that suck. Needing glasses. Actually, I can see the TV okay. This is far more than simply an error in auditory processing. Social brain regions are probably involved too. You've got regions of social brain colluding with some regions of unsocial brain to do some things unrelated to the society-ness of your brain. Let's see what else it says. Back to read Fly Guys thing. Then all of a sudden, that would be like me saying my involuntary thoughts are coming from a third internal party because didn't decide to think those thoughts. Oh, that would be like me saying my involuntary thoughts are coming from the third internal party. After all, somebody has to think those thoughts.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, are you sure they're involuntary thoughts? After all, aren't you the one who volunteered them? For latrine duty, no less. Shame on you. Now, let's see what Bobby said. I didn't understand. Good idea. Like I says, it's not a third internal party. Your brain just talks to itself. I always thought I was talking to Mac. Was I wrong? Last time I checked, all of my parts of me are talking to me. Well, except this part. This part's talking to you. Other than that, well, also my left hand. This is talking to Rachel. But all of the other parts of me are talking to me.
Wow, you know how to multitask.
My left hand's offended that you're not listening to what it's saying. It was trying to explain compression, audio compression to you, Rachel. You guys want to hear a funny story about INFJs explaining things versus the ENTPs failing to explain things, which sometimes happens. Tell you a story about audio compression. But I want to finish reading what people said here. Dawn kind of said also I had visual hallucinations that was more the part of the subconscious encroaching on the senses. One time I saw a guy and he was riding to go to a place where everybody wanted to float on top of a boat in a moat. That's pretty specific visual hallucination. CJ says it's true that your brain talks to itself. Oh, no, my brain. And you can just have negative self-talk. But obviously schizophrenia is sort of distinct, you know. So here's how I work. All the talking is done by me. My brain is just this jiggly thing in my head. It can't do anything like talk or think or whatever. You know who can? He's great at doing stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Eric is a boar, not a pig. Please no, don't tell me I'm not a pig. I'm baby pig poop face.
Yeah.
That means I'm a pig. Sorry. Whether a symptom is a disorder is a matter of magnitude. Well, it's also a matter of opinion. What's the deal with phones nowadays? They're too big. That's a funny joke. They're totally not too big.
No.
They're too small. But you know what? Again, what's the generic word for iPads?
Tablet?
Tablets. Tablets suck ass, somehow. Phones are too small, but tablets suck ass. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's because tablets aren't just bigger phones. They try to be something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
If, like, I just had this phone in the size of a tablet, not trying to be a tablet, just trying to be a phone for people who are old and stupid like me, who go like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I would love that phone, but I would not be able to put it in my pocket.
That's true.
It would have to. I've always thought, instead of a fanny pack, you know what I could use? A quiver. An empty quiver. That would allow me to put any number of different long, thin things into it. Oh, how like a high at the pack. Yes, Joseph? Oh, God. He's not an HP. He's just a horrible, probably ESTJ, but possibly a horrible ENTJ. I don't think he's ESTP. I usually like ESTPs. Like Rachel and I both liked this ESTP bartender we had. A lot of common ground, a lot of TIFE stuff going on, you know. Andrew TTT. Who's Andrew TTT? Andrew Tate. I still don't know who that is. Is it your mom's face? You're gonna come visit me in my dreams? What should I keep an eye out for? Will you visit me as A, a coconut, B, a coconut crab, or C, a sand weevil? I'm planning on dreaming about a beach, with the beach as a setting later, so kind of limits your options. Which would you like to come to me in my dreams as? Crab? Okay. I'll keep a lookout for you in my dreams. Listen, I know it's going to be tempting, but please, if possible, try to resist the urge use your pinchers to bite me. I know I'm gonna look delectable, right? As a crab, you're gonna think, I gotta pinch that guy. He looks so pinchable. Pinch, pinch, pinch. I'm gonna ask, try to restrain yourself. 'Cause I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night saying, Yowza! That crab really pinched me.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just a dream. Under takes dollars in the CIA. Well, good for Andrew takes dad. My dad's in the GRABEYA. I'm sorry. My dad's in the URN right now. Most of him. The rest of him is in the extra dad box. Brand is my jacket. It's a cool brand. Let's find out. Is it from JCPenney? There's no doubt. Let's find out. It's from the Gap factory store. It's extra large. 100% cotton lining, 100% cotton padding, 100% polyester, made in Sri Lanka. So, okay. Well, I see shell is 100% cotton, lining is 100% cotton, padding is 100% polyester, and the jacket was made in Sri Lanka. I like my clothes typically from Bangladesh, but Sri Lanka's okay. With this jacket, it's important to machine wash cold. Wash and dry with light colors only. No, with light colors. Only non-chlorine bleach when needed. Tumble dry. Medium warm. Iron. Hey Joel, I'm concerned you've not been following all of those instructions with this jacket, baby.
I think so.
Did you even bother to read all of the instructions for how to wash my jacket for me? I knew it. I knew it. I've been thinking for a while, is Rachel even ironing my jacket? It feels unironed. There's nothing worse than that.
Wow.
There's nothing worse than when your woman doesn't even iron your jacket. You know, when I put an article of clothing, I don't expect to change it for a good solid week. So it's pretty important when I put it on that it be thoroughly ironed. It's gotta last a whole week.
Yeah.
You remember what day it was I changed jackets from that jacket to this jacket?
No. Today?
No, it may have been yesterday, it may have been the day before. I said, that's it. I can tolerate no more of the scratchiness of that jacket directly on my nude chest.
Oh.
I'm changing jackets. Even though I love that jacket, I think it looks great, you gotta have a t-shirt on it underneath it.
The wool.
And I didn't have a t-shirt underneath it. could probably have had a t-shirt, but not without looking for one. So I just changed jackets. One of the best decisions I've ever made in my entire life. Like, wow, I should have done this years ago. So I just got that jacket. My dad died. His jacket. I mean, the thing is, let's say my dad was in the CIA. Just think about the relationship between me and my dad, right? There's no reason whatsoever to think that the son's behavior is following the father's program, so to speak, you know? Probably, more likely, the son is operating independently of the father's overarching schemata. You could call that an excessively SI kind of justification, but it's probably more representative of reality than the NI interpretation. Eric, long story short, Andrew Tate is a former dweeb who became an MMA fighter and is now kind of this red pill guy who pwns lowest common denominator sluts. He sounds like an awful human being. Would you guys have guessed Eric wasn't wearing a shirt? It's, for some reason his brother's popular too. Sounds like the Jake and Mia. What's who? Jake Paul. No. Yes, Jake Paul.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other one's name?
Logan.
Logan Paul. Jake and Logan Tate meet Jake and Logan Paul, become Paul and Logan Fate, and Fate and Logan Tall. SCA is when psychosis that occurs outside of a patient, outside of an episode in a patient with an affective disorder. Or should be common with that. Cannabis helps curb my irritability and restlessness, and when I don't have it, I can be pretty hard to be around, so it's hard to quit cannabis. Huh. I forget about it a lot as an option, you know. I forget about weed a lot.
As an option for what?
That's something like, you know, yeah. You could pull a couple of bowls there. It's not, I forget about it as an option. If I'm like feeling like,
Yeah.
I forget that sometimes it's nice to pull a couple of bowls.
Yeah, so do I. Forget.
Why am I looking at my phone? Oh, I remember. Okay. Upload. this one. Next. Me in my car. Broing down. Me in my car, broing hard. That's a good title for this video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Public. I want to schedule it as a premiere. Yes, as a premiere. What time is it now? What day is it now? Today is the 26th. Now is 11:10. I want to schedule for 11:30. PM. Okay. Correct. Now what? So this is it. Upload. Okay, so that's going to be a bit of a slow upload. Hopefully it'll be done in 20 minutes. It might not be. I probably should have made it maybe like 11:45 or something. Rachel's probably going to want to go to sleep. But I have my headphones and I can listen to that premiere.
Yeah, sure.
With the lights off. At any rate, that schedules us to wrap things up here pretty soon. So I'm going to make sure I cover what bases there need to be covered in terms of reading what people are saying here in the chat. And then I will probably wrap it up. Hey, Rubinar. That's a Rachel voice. The show media says. As long as I maintain relative insight, I can probably handle whatever my psychosis happens to throw to me. I mean, it's not a matter of whether you can handle it, it's a matter of whether you should. Have to. But you're saying you're making trade-offs here that you don't like the fact that you have to make trade-offs, right? Okay, I get that. That's fair. Oops. Even though the age between a natal chart is that this is a snapshot of planet's placements the moment you were taking your first breath. And for workouts, I haven't been as much as I like, but I'm pretty damn dewy. I do well with set programs. One time, it was a vivid image of a tree frog that looked like it was pulled right off of Wikipedia and taped to the back of my eyelids. Well, it's a lot better than a ground frog. Such a cloudy day in Portland town. Okay. My name is Eric and I'm a poopy butt. Wait a second. You fooled me, Ruben R. Beijing Brandon says that your daughter. No, but actually Beijing Brandon, she got carded recently. She's 37. She's 37. I'm 51.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. It's when people like you come around and you're trying to insult me and it turns out to compliment both me and Rachel.
Yeah.
It's great. My daughter's 24. Well, yeah, Rachel got carded. She's 37 years old. She got carded. And surprisingly, they did not card me. Couldn't believe it. Anyway,
Yeah, surprisingly they didn't.
I mean, living with an ESFJ was fine for what it was at the time. You know, it was like I was running a nuclear family. I had my daughter was young. She needed that kind of mother. She was good until Delilah turned about 14, in which case their relationship became complicated. ESFJs are good people. They're just not a good partner for me. Anyway, thanks for the question. Yeah, I know you didn't mean it like that, Beijing Brandon. But I'm so many times smarter than you. It's ridiculous. Anyway. You might take psychedelics again at some point. And then go ahead and say, I also might take psychedelics again at some point. Conceivable. Not impossible. Imagine that would happen. You could do that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of awful, you know. That's kind of awful. Yikes. I guess that's the proper response. Thank you, CJ. I should have said that. Yikes.
Yikes.
Anyway, nothing to do with that. I'm gonna end this video now because I got a premiere coming on at 11:30, and also because I think Rachel probably wants to go to sleep. Thanks a lot for being here. I love y'all.
Love you.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And rock and roll forever. All right.